How's everybody doing? We're ready to, at this point, not continue, but finish our Ocarina of Time one-hit KO challenge. As tonight, we only really have one more dungeon to go through, which is the final dungeon in the game, Ganon's Castle. Then we fight the man himself, and that should be it, right? Well, not necessarily, because there's a lot more that I have to show here with the Ocarina of Time one-hit KO challenge, but I think it's good for one final time in this series to give everybody one more reminder as to what exactly we have to do in this said challenge run. So, the rules for this challenge are as follows. Number 1, every hit, fall damage, and void out will instantly kill Link. We must be really careful what we do, especially going into endgame territory, as there's a lot of obstacles we need to avoid. Number 2, we must fully complete both the vanilla dungeons and Master Quest dungeons. Even though we only have one more dungeon left, Ganon's Castle is different between the two different versions of Ocarina of Time. So we must complete both versions of Ganon's Castle. And this also includes opening all the treasure chests, which is going to be fun for me because there's a lot of ice traps in Ganon's Castle, which will instantly kill me. Number 3, we must collect all heart pieces, heart containers, gold sculptures, equipment upgrades, and items. There's one more item left and one more actual upgrade to Link, so there's still a little bit more to do for this 100% journey as well. Number 4, Fairy Revives will count as a death, and we will actually be seeing this practice tonight because to avoid the ice traps, we'll probably end up using some fairies, but that will add to our overall death count. And the final rule, as it actually now applies, number 5, we are not allowed to use Nayru's Love, as this nullifies all damage, and we don't want that. We want to make this hard on ourselves, so no free hits, no Nayru's Love. Those are the rules. Anytime you want to be reminding of it, I made sure this time around to pin that specific rule set in the Twitch chat so you can refer to it anytime in the chat or type exclamation point rules, the pull up a bot command for it, and it's also in the YouTube description for people watching on YouTube as well. But the final time, let's boot up this said game and get this challenge completed. Hey Matt, how you doing? Alright, let's go. Last time we left off here in Temple of Time, getting ourselves a light arrow, so we're just gonna immediately go to a dungeon. See you, Redeads. Everything else in this world is completed, so I don't have to do anything else outside of stuff here at Ganon's Castle. So let's do this. Link, what are you wearing? Those ears, man. They don't even look like they fit you correctly. They're goofy. Doing a lot of work and just tired. I understand that. Especially near the end of a work week. Sounds like that's usually when you guys can get really busy. I'm doing alright myself though, thanks for asking. Hopefully for your sake, tomorrow is more of a light work day. That's what I would hope for. I missed with that bomb, so I'm just gonna walk away. Okay, that didn't miss. Sure. I thought that would. I'm just getting rid of the BMOs now. We don't need to kill them per se to actually get through here. I'd rather do that just to play it safe. Alright, so this place, very, very interesting. Ganon's Castle here is broken up into two different pieces. Now, I'm going to warn everybody. This piece specifically of Ganon's Castle that we're in now is the only part of it that is different between the standard Ocarina of Time and Master Quest. Once we go into the center pillar area and actually climb our way up to Ganon's throne room, that part is the same between both games. So we're just going to be covering the inside version of Ganon's Castle here, the main lobby area, between the standard game and Master Quest. Now we got that little explanation out of the way. Let's start over here in the forest trial. So I am doing all trials. There's actually a very easy skip to do that just bypasses all this stuff, but we're not going to do that. Again, this is the actual dungeon part, so we don't want to skip it. me use some Din's Fire here first before we go anywhere else. And then a nice fire arrow for this. Don't need a fire arrow per se, although, wow, my controls are really whack. Let me just show you how bad they are. I'm gonna hold the controller straight and not move it. See the problem? It's not supposed to be pulling that far to the right. So I think my motion control needs to be recalibrated. Yeah, I can even see it by the dots, a little weird. So I hit recalibrate, and now it should be fine. Yeah, now it's not going all over the place. Motion controls are weird. That's supposed to be a Song of Time block, but we have plenty of that for Master Quest, so I'll avoid one. Didn't mean to hit this, because I'm used to that being Bunny Hood. I want to take it off in this room, because it's going to be a little scary, to say the least, to have that on. I want to hit the switch right away. Just trying to be careful here. I also just noticed a detail. I didn't really pay attention too much to this in the last session because, well, simply put, we were discussing a lot of different topics last time when we were in Spirit Temple, so I wasn't too focused on the symbols. But I did patch this version specifically of Ship of Arcanian with the 1.0 version of Ocarina of Time, which, if those of you who don't know, the original runs of Ocarina of Time on the N64, like all 3 versions of it, use a crescent moon symbol on the mirror shield and a bunch of switches. They changed this going forward with the GameCube version onwards to a completely different symbol, more or less just because there was a concern that this specific moon crescent was linked to a specific religious concern, and Nintendo just did not want to get into that controversy. Didn't want to make any parents upset. Same reason why they removed the chanting in Fire Temple. It was more for a concern of some religious presence in Ocarina of Time they just did not want to have going forward. So I can understand that. It is one of the weirder stories when you think about it here, but don't want to fall. It's one of the weirder things, but I've seen games have censorship like this many different ways over the years, so it made a lot of sense to change the symbol. Better safe than sorry. Alright, but that's our first trial completed. At the end of every single trial, we have a little orb that we gotta shoot with light arrows, which opens up the spirit of that said area, which in this case is Saria. So we're freeing all the spirits from the Sacred Realm in this area, which opens the way up to Ganon. So I'm gonna specifically go around this area clockwise, so we're gonna start in Forest Trial and just work our way around the room from here. Ah, I thought so. I was like, is one of these an ice trap? Because I know of one room specifically that's gonna be filled with ice traps, but I couldn't remember if this had one or none. This one has one, because I think the other one's like a heart. Thankfully, every time we complete a trial, it reloads the area, so whatever trial we finish, we just respawn there. It's really not that big of a deal. Instead of using all these different blue fire bottles, we do still have on the blue fire arrow specific thing here in Ship of Arcanian, so ice arrows are gonna have use! Okay, I almost forgot these guys are in the room. That was close. He was shooting me as soon as he died. If I got frozen, I would have died. I think you can just barely make this. You're supposed to do a whole puzzle in this room, but I think you can bypass it by just using hover boots here. I do need hammer. I don't need any more blue fire, so I can take that off. Like, please stop. Okay, maybe it's a roll jump. I think I remember you can't skip this entire puzzle. I should probably just do it. Will I have enough time, actually? I'll reset the room to be safe, because I don't think I have enough time now. Because when the timer hits 0, you die. In my case, I legitimately die, so better safe than sorry. Alright, so I gotta push this specific block in the hole first, then I can push the other block we were trying to use for a skip. I can push this around the room now, and this is the one we need to actually make our way over to the platform we're trying to jump to. There's a fairy. Don't really need it. I'll be getting some fairies here later, though, because, again, there's one room specifically here that has, like, 3 ice traps, so I will need fairies just to not have to do the room, like, 4 times. No exaggeration there. I think I should break the pots when I'm in here, too, because I have no magic. Because these pots always have a little magic drop, and sometimes also arrows, but this one just had a heart. I don't care for the heart, thanks. Alright, so there's water trial complete. Next. Shadow's up next. Just don't want to be bothered. Long time blocks here, but I'm gonna actually ignore those. There's a fun fact about these, now thinking about it. I'll actually show it here, because I think it would work. Let me do change age. Just like so. So notice the song time blocks here as young Link, but they weren't here in the room when we were an adult. So, an interesting quirk about these blocks that makes a lot of sense for lore, but took me like 20 years or something crazy to actually learn this fact. These Song of Time blocks actually do go back and forth in time for a lot of these different maps, because they're technically being shifted back and forth in time. Story-wise, this makes sense, should be a no-brainer, but you never actually see this in practice. You only really see this in dungeons. When are you entering Ganon's castle as a child? This place is literally impossible to get to as Child Link. In fact, if I leave here right now, I'm going to go into the castle courtyard, so I cannot enter Ganon's castle again. So if I play Song of Time for these blocks specifically, which I don't know if I can do from this distance, I'm going to try it. I might have to be closer, which is bad because I can't really move. Okay, that one disappeared, so that's good enough. I'll be able to show this difference. So that Song of Time block is now gone. I hit change age, and it's not here. Ooh, interesting. That was supposed to show up here as an adult. We try it again. It still shows like an interesting quirk that Song of Time blocks are supposed to actually go back and forth in the time periods between the characters. You just can never see this because, again, it's in dungeons specifically you can never come to as child, or at least normally. Yeah, the blocks are here. Blocks are not here between the ages. It's really weird. Also, that's not what you're supposed to do to get over here, but I'd rather just do the hook shot, because this is a timed puzzle area. And now all the platforms are gone. And now for our final upgrade to Link's arsenal, the Golden Gauntlets. This allows us to lift very, very specific items. Like a total of 3. I'm not even kidding by that one. There's like no use for gold gauntlets in this game. It's extremely sad. That's convenient. I don't even have to do this puzzle. I can just hookshot the torch. That's an invisible pathway you're supposed to walk, but you don't even need it. And then this torch is the same as the one in the beginning of the room. It lights up the remaining platforms around you, so I don't really need it. Also turns off that set of platforms when you leave, so no real point to even activating the switch. It was just a show. If you activate the torch, it's just the same as the beginning. So there's Impa, so that's trial number 3 cleared. So it's also important that we did this trial before Light Trial, because Golden Gauntlets would get us into Light Trial, for one. Also, we need it for Fire Trial. Ugh, nice little slip of the phrase there. We need this for Fire Trial, because the Fire... Why is it so hard to say fire tonight? The Fire Trial has a pillar that you need Gold Gauntlets for. This platform also reacts to your weight, so hover boots make this pretty trivial. Take them off for this section, though, because I don't want to slip and slide my way to death. Is this supposed to be like a glitchless jump you can do to get this? I don't remember it, so I'm just going to chuck the rock. Because you can actually clip inside of this thing. But with Gold Gauntlets, this is what you're supposed to do. Grab the pillar. You throw it to the other side of the room, and it also makes a platform for you to go over to where one of the other silver rupees are. But I needed to do that. Watch it. Being very careful in that section, because getting that rupee last is pretty nerve-wracking. Just because I could easily fall from the platform just sinking. Thankfully, that was not the case. Also, this room has a heat timer, but yeah, I just didn't want to deal with it. We had enough health, I think it should have been fine. There's trial number 4, so that is our Fire Spirit save to Runia. Getting there. 2 more trials left. Yeah, Fire Trial is basically a tongue twister. That's why I'm keep on struggling saying it tonight. Alright, so before I go into Light Trial, I'm gonna make a little pit stop. It's gonna be very important here in a very, very fast second. So this is one discolored portion of the wall, which is fake. And this room has a bunch of Deku Scrub Sailmen. Also, it's a glorified fairy fountain, because there's a bunch of fairies in here. And I'm grabbing them, because I'm gonna need as many fairies as I can hold for the moment. Alright, so I got a full set of bottled fairies. It's like I'm gonna be dealing with some specific traps in a minute that I'm foreshadowing to myself. We'll find out. Alright, so these guys will also sell us stuff. That's a green potion. Can't carry it. This one should be bombs. I mean, I could carry bombs, but I'm actually okay on that. Arrows, actually pretty helpful because of the gimmick of this area, but I have enough. And finally, a red potion. Can't use it. In fact, don't even bother with the red potion. These fairies constantly spawn every time you leave and come back. So, 40 rupees for a potion that can heal you when there are infinite supply of fairies for free? Terrible deal. Don't even bother with it. Also, it's time for my favorite trial specifically to unlock, because I just love this cutscene. Trial itself is kind of mid. I just love getting into this one. Flip the pillar. And destroy into oblivion. It's the only pillar you actually destroy. The others you just kind of chuck somewhere. Yes, Matt, there is a Splatfest this weekend. It's actually a new theme, because I was asked that on Thursday as well. Pro tip, by the way, pay attention to what chests I just shot. They had invisible keys. And they are very important because of this. That's an item. Okay, good. How about the other one, though? The one in the middle. It didn't have an enemy. Oh no, it froze me. That counts as a death. The chests that don't have enemies on them are ice traps. The chests that do have keys are real. But all of the treasure chests in this room are worthless outside of the one you get for killing all enemies. So, I have to open these, because remember the rule from before? We must open all treasure chests. Pretty stupid rule in context now, isn't it? Because it's just leading to death. Almost done, though. This is our final trap. And that's it. No more ice traps in this room. Because thankfully, the one in the middle is actually important. From process of elimination. Gee, I wonder what the chest in the middle is. Key. That's all it really could have been, to be fair. Also, time for the most worthless puzzle. You enter this room. Locked door. Nothing you can do. Except play Zelda's Lullaby here on this Triforce symbol. Which then spawns a chest. And inside the chest is a key. What is the point in this? This whole puzzle section in here is just kind of a waste of your time because you have Zelda's Lullaby. You've played it many different times throughout your adventure. So it's not like this is a unique puzzle. It's just kind of a waste of time, in my opinion. Like, this key is just pointless. They didn't need to bother. Trying to be careful in this room too, because it's very easy to just walk into one of these boulders. And just like the one in the Force Trial, this timer specific, well, not the Force Trial. I think I'm thinking of a ROM hack for that, because I think that is the case in Impies. That specific room, it can't kill you after a while. Well, I heard that. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Kill it. So now what? There's nothing here. How am I supposed to go forward? It's not like it's an invisible wall. Oh. The only time they do this. I will give them credit. Sneaky. If that was a small magic drop, I was gonna do it, but that got me to full. Alright, so that's our 5th trial. Now we save man I keep on forgetting is in this game, Nayru. So then that leaves one more trial left, and it's the spirit trial. I still have that one fairy, so we'll see if we need it. Hopefully not. We're gonna grab this one now. Okay, and that's why we have the fairy. I was trying to get through there with iframes, because you can just roll through these spikes and sometimes it just doesn't hurt you. This one's a little picky. It's supposed to have moved that. Like the statue that you're supposed to move, I just don't want to bother. This one's gonna probably be more problematic. I don't want to take a risk. I'm dead. Yep, I seen that coming. That's why I paused, trying to see where this thing was in relation to me. Thankfully, because we got the silver rupees, I don't have to do that part again. That's done. I just don't want to have that BMOS notice me. Oh, I didn't know I can do that with the spin attack. I know you can blow up bomb juice by slicing them with your sword, but I didn't think the spin attack worked. I've never tried it. The crystal near the door is actually to give you more bomb juice because that puzzle requires bomb juice. And this should be a 20 pack, so that gets us full bomb juice, which is cool. And then over here, hidden chest. Nothing very crucial, but it tells you do need arrows for this. Although, fun fact, you're supposed to use fire arrows here specifically because Din's fire cannot reach this web. But I think with a very clever shot... Yeah, you can just burn the web from here with the torch. They don't actually need fire arrows for this. Oh no, whatever shall I do? I feel like I've been in the situation before or something. Although I can show off one more cool thing. So, just like with the other arrow type in this game, there's an option called sunlight arrows here, which give the light arrows a new attribute, just like with blue fire arrows for ice arrows. So I have that on. This is what happens using sunlight arrows. We can activate light switches. This was a thing that the light arrows can do in Majora's Mask. Just, they didn't think of this yet in Ocarina of Time. This happened 2 years later. Also, all these are pointless, so see ya. Ooh, nuts. I actually kind of need more of those, so I now regret picking that up because I could have duped it. That's fine. I don't know how many that was. It might have been like a 5-pack. I only have 9, that's why I would like more. Anyways, that's our final trial barrier, so that's it. The trials are beaten, which marks our final Ocarina of Time dungeon. For the most part, fully cleared out. I have to say it that way because the climb up the Ganon's tower, that is still part of the dungeon, but it's the same between games. So I'll be swapping back the vanilla Ocarina once we get to that part of Master Quest. And this is a good time to show this. If you try to play a warp song in here, inside of Ganon's castle, it tells you you can't warp. If I pause, you can see we got the world map. So this doesn't really count as a full-on dungeon. It's kind of like Gerudo Training Ground on that regard. But for whatever reason, and this is where things get even more confusing, you play a warp song in here, it does work. I don't know why, and that's not even the weird part. You can use Forwarder's Wind in here, but not out here. Again, why? This area functions just like Gerudo Training Grounds, but the inside of the tower does not. It plays by its own weird rules, and it's very confusing for that reason. So, that's strange. Alright, but now for our final time for this challenge run, we must swap to Master Quest, and that will finish up the final Master Quest dungeon here. And we're actually starting out here specifically, and this is probably the last time I need to do this. I'm going to update the death count. Even though it doesn't really matter, it's just for my own posterity. That is 333. Nintendo's favorite number as of late. So I also wanted to show this because I do have fast cutscenes on. Watch how fast the cutscene plays here with the bridge. Did you blink? Because you missed it. Yeah, it just instantly appears. Which is nice. What do you want, Navi? I'm working on it. So I couldn't remember, I can't remember if this was official or ROM hack, but I remember one of these points being hookshotable. So before I go in, I wanted to see that. It wouldn't be collision. I think it would be seen. Green dictates a loading zone. Maybe I was thinking of ROM hack. Oh, wait, hang on. No, there it is. Okay, so I was right. This is a hookshot target. This specific side of the wall. Not the front of it, the side of it. Why? This is so weird. This has to be a leftover in development, just like with the Water Temple hookshot points. Because there's no way you would be able to normally hookshot Ganon's castle. And even then, it's one specific pillar. It's not on the left side. It's just the right side is hookshotable. By the time you can reach that, you're here, specifically, in front of his front door. There's also this I wanted to see real quick. Oh, these are hookshot. I never knew. The bones are also hookshot targets. Nice camera. That's weird. I don't know why you'd ever hookshot the bones, but another leftover in development, maybe? Maybe these were actually planned to be used for a puzzle? You can also see what was designed as slopes, so I gotta be very careful here. Yeah, this is the closest we can get to Ganon's castle, and you can't hookshot that. It's too far. So I don't know why that has hookshot collision. Like, I don't see any point in development where this could have actually been used, but who knows? This could have been in a whole different spot at one point. The Ganon's castle being here makes that hookshot target kind of pointless. Now, this is just for my sake here, but I wanted to try something. I'm gonna make save states just for this. Every time I fail, it's gonna count as a death. Okay, that counts as a death. So, you may be wondering, what the heck am I doing? Good question. I shouldn't even be doing this, but I just want to show off something cool. Get to the very, very edge. Like right here. Yeah, right here, specifically. Okay, here we go. We're starting it. Nice. Why did he pull out the swords beyond me? That counts as a death because that would have killed me. So there is a way to get over here without that, obviously. That's what I'm trying to show off. But it's a little precise. It doesn't help also when the shoes are hitting the side of the wall, which is actually breaking this. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, that shouldn't have counted. So, I've kind of showed this in the past. I've done bomb hovering, but now I'm doing contorted hovers, which essentially means I'm backflipping in a very, very weird way. Let me turn on the input display so you guys can even see what I'm doing. Here we go, toggle input viewer. So I'm rolling in a very specific way, as you can see. The control stick is barely moved. And then by doing this, Link rolls in a very strange manner. And if you immediately get a backflip, you just go straight left or straight right. And this allows me, if I can get this a little bit more contorted, like that. As you can see, he's now starting to face towards the left on a backflip, which normally you can't backflip straight left or right. He normally goes just straight back. And by doing this and pulling out a shoe, I can just go left or right indefinitely here, which is actually really helpful. By the way, doing this unbuffered, extremely difficult. I shouldn't even be trying this. That's why. That actually killed me. There's another way I can get over here, to be fair. It's not just this. That kills. That counts. We're gonna inflate our death count a lot here. I can already see it. Wow. I don't know why it didn't count as a jump. You may also be wondering, how the heck am I able to do a backflip by just holding straight left or straight right? That's also the quirk of these contorted jumps. If you roll and then hit left, you'll see the jump prompt, but it's not a side hop. It's a backflip. It's just because I'm rolling sideways. The game is that confused that it just thinks I'm trying to do a backflip. I have to make sure I'm going straight left, though. Otherwise, that is going to insta-kill every time. I could also do this, technically. Hover boots allow you to just go backwards, so I could just literally go backwards with a crap ton of backflips. Which, mind you, might be safer than this. And you may be asking, why am I not using the bridge? That's a great question. There's your answer. It's just silence. No, realistically, it's our one final challenge to get over here. Because realistically, this dungeon isn't... Crap. Realistically, this dungeon isn't that much harder in Master Quest. In some areas, it's actually easier. Hence why I'm doing this kind of challenge to get in. It's one final, like, test to myself. If I can actually do something like this or not. I haven't done this in, like, a hot minute. I've done this once for a randomizer. It was a personal one. It wasn't one I streamed, so people have never seen me do this before. I should probably be doing pausing. Because that guarantees I know which way I'm going. That's a failure. If you do that side hop, you instantly die, because there's no way of salvaging that. That's a death again. Ironically, for me, it's easier to not pause buffer. As weird as that is. And if I go more in the corner, so if I go more bottom right, specifically on the stick, it's fine. But if I go straight down like this, he does the roll, but then sometimes just do a straight side hop, which is actually really bad. So if I just go more diagonal, I have a better chance of actually getting this. Better chance, not guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Maybe I should try to go a little bit more like this. So a little more back left instead of full left when I try to do a backflip. I'm just afraid of that giving me too much. Yeah, like that. I'm afraid of it giving me too much of an angle. Maybe it counts as a side hop. Or worse, counts instead as a backflip that I won't make it with. Because if you go straight back like that, I'm just screwed. This death count is getting really stupid. I just want to beat last session, I guess, by having a inflated counter. And then sometimes when that happens, I just get mad because why did the bomb chew not instantly explode and get caught on the wall? He jumped. Yep. Can I save this technically? Yeah, I can. Okay, but that's only here. Yeah, this is 100% inflating the counter. Especially when I don't even pull the chew out at all. But I figure this is one, like, final challenge to myself. Because, again, I don't think Ganon's Castle is really that challenging in Master Quest. The first room is probably the hardest room. You'll see here once I actually get in. Because this is kind of crazy at this point. He's still outside doing the same little jump over and over. I almost feel like making a separate state here so I wouldn't have to do that part again, but that beginning part is part of this challenge. I need to get the jump. That's why I should probably just pause buffer it. Because if I don't, it might not actually come out. That does kill too, by the way. The hitbox for the bomb is in front of me because I'm trying to hit it with the shield, which is also in front of me, but it's further out than where that hover boot jump took me. Gotta like go in a different spot or something. Why does that keep on happening? Why do I feel like this is a bad spot to do this in? Because I feel like my angle's like way off. Let me just do this a couple times. One more. Come on. There you go. I haven't done this in months. And you can clearly see it. I should have practiced this, honestly, before... Yep. I should have practiced this before I did this tonight. This is really showing the rust. I hate when the bomb does that. Maybe I should start with just a standard one of these. Maybe not. Okay. Well, that answered that question fast. Don't bother. Guess I gotta turn more this way. Oh, okay, come on. Come on, Link. They're not. Hello? It's like, please load. Did I count that one, by the way? I'm starting to space out. Did I count the def? I hope I hit the def counter. I can see real quick. Yeah, I did. Okay. My finger slipped on the button, so I thought it didn't count. And now I already forgot I have the buttons mixed up. So I gotta make a new state. Maybe I do the other method, because this def counter is getting a little too bloated for my liking. I'll try this, I think... How many more times should it be? Maybe 5 more? And then I'm going to do another hover method. I keep on forgetting I'm tabbed out every time. I keep on trying to reload my browser window. The problem I'm having right now because of how long it's been. I keep on hitting the chew on the side. every time that happens, it is an insta-kill. And because of that, I'm anticipating it. Also, I'm not used to doing this with a Pro Controller. I will say, the whole time I've been playing this series, I'm not a fan of using this for Ocarina of Time. This just does not feel right. But I want the motion control. So, I have to deal with the stick. I don't like the stick for this. It just doesn't feel right. It feels loose. It also doesn't help I have no notches, and notches are super crucial for Ocarina of Time because of all like the very specific stuff you can do. Kind of requiring notches. Yeah, pause buffering is making it way easier. Me trying to do this unbuffer was a terrible idea. Because you can already see what I'm doing here is a lot more consistent. I say this as I'm now getting no jumps. There you go. So I can tell if I'm doing the right jump or not. Which is shielding. You've got to be kidding me. I got the wrong jump at the very end. Because see how close that was? I needed one more hover and I could have done that. This is actually very helpful for randomizers. That's why I'm trying to practice it now. And once I get this started, I can let go of Z. Alright, so that's the specific spot I need to pause. When he's like this. So as soon as Link's facing the right with his face and arm, then I can pause and buffer out a jump. Like here. Which gives me pretty consistent left jumps. I'd wait, because that would have failed. I could call, I would have failed that. Let me move the menu back over here. One more of those and I should be good. Wait a minute, that would have failed. I'm gonna do one more for safety, because I don't think this is gonna make it. This angle's really bad. I could actually make that jump, I think, but if I do, I might die. You know what? I'm gonna test that theory. I'm gonna make a save state here, but I'm going to specifically not use it. There's why, because I made the jump. So I'm gonna reload that state really quick. Okay, I would have made it regardless. It wouldn't have mattered. Cool. Alright, how many was that? Just to get in the dungeon. How many deaths was that for me to do a dumb trick? I'm finding out. Hang on. We started at 333. Man, my stubbornness really added up. Didn't it? So, what is 392 to 333? That's 59 deaths. We don't talk about the Ganon's Castle entrance. But hey, good knowledge for the future. Because I want to do a, not a no logic rando, but I want to do at least a glitched logic, which puts Ganon's castle in the pool. So that might be a thing I use going forward. Depending on the situation, obviously. But I might actually want to do that for some randomizers. Run. That would have been really bad. Speaking of really bad. Joke's on you, you're missing every shot. I love when they miss. And I also love doing that. Just having Navi react to the metal bars every time and go, hey, 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 hey. I don't know, it's just a fun way of passing the time. So we're gonna start with Spirit Child first, and you may be wondering why. There's a very good reason, and you'll be seeing that in play here in a moment. There's a block in there, by the way. I'll show it here in a second. I might actually jump up here so I can show it. This is what we just hit. There's a hammer block inside of this stuff. You may be wondering, how do you actually get to that? Hello. Yeah, so you're supposed to use this iron knuckle specifically to get inside, but we didn't really need him. He's in the ceiling, so how does that work? I think that might be a cage that he's inside of. And if you leave the room and come back, it just resets things, so you can try it again. I want to turn on the debug stuff real quick. So L to levitate. Oh, it's just a hidden platform, so once I hit the I switch, this platform goes away and he can just fall in the room. There's no way to actually hit him from here, right? Like, would a bomb shoe actually explode? Let me see. Yes, I did activate him from the ceiling. And he just falls through the floor. Okay, so you don't even need the eye switch. He can just fall into the room with you. That's pretty comical. You've been wondering, wait, what's happened? Where's his iron knuckle coming from? Oh God, help me. It's so dumb. Wait, can you not shoot through this? I thought you could. Maybe you can't. Good old spin attack will work, though. Same puzzle as the standard version of Spirit Trial here. Bomb shoes. It's not as many, though, as in the vanilla game. That was like, what, 5? Yeah, how many do we have? Hang on. I wasn't even paying attention to how many I had. Because that was, I think, a 5-pack. So I'm looking back at the VOD really quick. I can do this while I'm waiting. It's 29. I used 1. That was 10. Okay. You get a 20-pack in vanilla Ganon's Castle. For this one to be 10 is a pretty big downgrade. Oh no. Yep. Thanks, buddy. I don't know how I didn't get the double hit. I was barely off. This door, I think, is still unlocked, though, right? Yes, okay, so I don't do this puzzle again. That is a one-time switch. And same for this one, although I'm not gonna take any risks with these bubbleheads. Still gonna stun this guy real quick. And that time I actually got the double hit. Double hit's super crucial here. This, we do need fire arrows, just to demonstrate. Also, there's another thing I can show off here really quick. Where is it? Yeah, equip multiple arrows at once. I might as well turn that setting on. Normally, you're not allowed to do multiple item equips like this, because you're only allowed to have one set of arrows equipped at any given time, whether it be the standard ones or the elementals. But there is a code in the ship port here that allows you to use multiple arrows, but it does have a side effect. It mentions that this disables the behavior of the equip dupe glitch, what this means is that you could use equip swap with elemental arrows, excuse me, to duplicate things that are in bottles without losing your Din's Fire, because you would usually do this over Din's Fire. But normally this happens, so I can't use multiple arrows. But I can do that. How does this work again? I'm trying to remember how this works. I haven't done this in a hot minute. Because this trick also allows you to get multiple arrows on vanilla. I just remember how this worked. Not that. Not that. And then I think you just equip over this? No? Man, I don't remember how this works at all. You equip swap a very, very specific thing. Let me look it up really quick, because I can't remember. I want to show how you're supposed to do this, and it actually will make my life a little bit easier. Okay, here he is. Equip dupe. This is what I'm looking for. So this tells me how this works. Okay, I think I get it. So I put the fire arrow here. I need Dins. And then normally you have an empty bottle. We'll just pretend it doesn't matter what this is. I'm just trying to get this for an elemental swap. Oh, I got it. I know what I'm doing wrong. There you go. So, I just got 2 bottles. And that means the one bottle on the right, I think that's the fake one. And the bottom on the bottom is the real one. So this allows you to just constantly trade things over and over. This glitch is patched out when you use the equip multiple arrow thing. So now it's just a matter, can I do this? No, it just keeps the bottle. As you can tell. Game very confused. Alright. That was a fun little fact thing I could show. This is how you solve this puzzle, by the way. Easy. That's the only enemy trap one here, if I remember correctly, too. Only one Wallmaster. And this is where they put gold gauntlets. This is why I did Spirit Trial first, because gold gauntlets are very helpful in this dungeon, obviously. They're more used here than the standard game. Also, small key. There's more keys here. I think it's like 3 small keys compared to 2. And they're used in more than just light trial. There's one I know in water trial. Oh, I need more nuts. That would have been the perfect time. It's fine. This file's not going to be kept after this is all said and done anyways. Alright, so that's the spirit barrier. So, in standard Ganon's Castle, I went Forest Trial and then counterclockwise. But here, I started with this one, Spirit. By the way, nice cutscene skip for this. So because I started here, you may think I now go counterclockwise, so from Light Trial onwards. No, actually because of keys, I'm gonna go clockwise starting with Spirit. So now we go over, or counterclockwise, I don't like to say clockwise. We go over here now to the next trial. No, you know what? No more big Goron sword. This plays it safe anyways because I have a shield. Ooh, nuts. I need more of those. You know what? I'm actually going to do this. Shows off the ice arrow. Not only does this freeze the Stalfos, but that does damage too, so that was one less jump slash. Small key just chilling. Didn't mean to do that. Give me this. I think this is bombs or bomb shoes. Arrows. No, one of these are bombs. I don't think it was that one. That'd be a terrible idea. Now it is. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Why did I think that was a good idea in any way? I should kill the Armos first, which will then kill the Beamos, and then I have a safe platform to stand on. No, I just played a game of chicken with like 3 different enemies. Mainly 2 Beamos. This should make things a little bit safer. There's more bombs, which I do actually need equipped. Can I kill this guy from here? Should be able to. They just barely reach. That's 1. That's 2. Also barely reaches because of that timer. Thankfully, you're just a small Beamo, so that's just 1 bomb. And then this one, just give it a second to look the other way. And that's the final one. So this puzzle here is interesting because there's a switch here. Just for some foreshadowing what we're actually working with. Turn that off, turn on debug mode. There's a statue in the ceiling, so we're trying to get that statue down here to ground floor. So everyone's favorite song is coming back again. This place uses a lot of Song of Time. Who would have guessed? In Master Quest, of all places, we use Song of Time everywhere. They really wanted to make sure that this song was used for more than just like 3 puzzles compared to the vanilla experience from 1998, because it's a little overused. They play the song twice. It drops the statue from the ceiling and then through the block and then onto the switch, because it's a blue switch that needs to be on it. I forgot about that. Like, why'd I pull this out? A little bit of a waste, but that's alright. You can't get enough. Ah, I see it said with the most sarcasm in the world. Next. This room has a lot of blue fire puzzles, and thankfully, just for the sake of just speeding things up, we will use the blue fire arrow code for this too. Though if I can. I like the try equip swap version of it. I don't have it. Thought I did. Does that not work? I think I should have QPA, right? Yeah, let me go to a different room to get this. I'm gonna do the jump off ledge method. For whatever reason, just have a hard time doing it with the stick put away method if it's not like next to a web or something. I don't know why. As I showed this last session when we got the ice arrow, but I might as well show it again for people who haven't seen that part. There we go. Now I got it. Wait, does that not count? Because I have it. You can tell because these enemies here won't die. I'm actually shocked that doesn't work. Because let me confirm that is on here still. Yes, blue fire arrow is on, so that should have worked. Because normally, I'm transferring over the ice damage from ice arrows to my jump slash using quick put away, which would melt that red ice. But I guess it doesn't, so it only works on those walls you can blow up. So if I do this, yeah, that worked. Okay, so I learned something new. Interesting. Hey Marley, how you doing? Keep the count under 400? That's not happening. I would love to see it, but there's a lot more of this to go. Because the death count spoilers is not going to be done being used once we beat the game. There's still actually something else after we beat it. That's going to probably push it up a little bit. There's something foreshadowed as soon as part 1. I think this is my final key. Now, why do I think that's a key? Also, random dead hand in here. Not the actual enemy, just the hand itself. And there's a switch behind the wall, which you would never see, that gets you to blue fire. This is why having blue fire arrow on actually makes this kind of simple. I don't know if I can see it through the wall. I'm going to wait for the hand to respawn first, because I want to kill it. Because it does come back. Okay, nice. I think I have to extend my hand into the ice because of the crouch stab. I love how these red ice blocks come back, so what was the point of melting them? Didn't mean for that. Thought I had a hook shot. Let me put the hook shot on for that reason. You can't see through this. Oh, here you go. Yeah, you can faint. Hi. That's a nice jump scare. You can faintly see it if you clip your head in the wall and just do a seat up, but for people who can't see through walls, because I don't blame you. I can't either. Actually, let me go this way. It's hidden right inside the wall. There's no way you would see that crystal switch. The hand is your only tell that there's something there. Kind of tricky. Stuff like that is what makes Ganon Castle Master Quest harder than the original, but I don't know. I just feel like this place is not as hard, in my opinion, than standard castle. Some rooms are a little bit worse, but for the most part, I don't know. I just find some of these trials easier. Like this one doesn't have a timer. This makes this one easier. Pro tip, there is a silver rupee in here. Get this first. As soon as you push a block in the hole, you can't get it. And then same for this one. As soon as you push a block over here, you can't get that silver rupee anymore either. There's a lot of troll moments with the silver rupees here. And get this one now. Do not get that as your last one. Imagine grabbing that silver rupee last and falling into the void. I think I might have done that like one playthrough, because I didn't notice it until the end. So where do my sound effects go? Got a sound effect glitch again. Kind of weird. I don't know what is triggering that. It might have been the switch with some of the cutscene skips. That's supposed to play a cutscene in the previous room. I have noticed when you skip cutscenes in this game, it does bug out certain elements of it more. Can I jump attack this like I can in Ice Cavern? I think I could. Yep, I don't even need to melt the ice. You can jump attack it. Yeah, it's very ominous without Link doing his hi-yahs every single time he swings his sword. Alright, that's trial number 3, halfway done. Next up is Shadow. Forgot I had this on. Whoa, what the heck? Wait a minute, there's already a problem in here. Oh, never mind. Sorry, last time I played this room, I played it mirrored. So I was wondering where did the bomb flower go? Because I needed to hit this. And get 3DS. Because 3DS Master Quest is mirrored, and that's the last time I played this. Alright, so you shoot the bomb flower and that reveals a bundle of arrows, but then you're like, alright, now I'm stuck, now what? Finally, another use for Lens of Truth. Oh, I thought I missed that jump because that was bad. Just enough time? Let's go. Oh, I'm not here. I'm shot. The entry stopped. He listened. That was your one mistake. Now go away. Oh, actually worked. I didn't think that would kill 2 of the BMOs, but that works for me. And this actually might be our last key. I can't remember what the last key is, but it is this one, okay. It's fun, actually, when you look at this, the chest is off-centered. That's not supposed to be a small chest. It's supposed to be the big one because of gold gauntlets. But they moved in this version. The small chest just doesn't line up correctly in that little block, and now you can't unsee it. Good, double hit. Yeah, 3DS Master Mode. If I'm playing Master Mode, I would actually prefer to play it on 3DS because of the extra challenge. Because the standard game does not have enough challenge, in my opinion. The dungeons being different are cool and all, but it's the same damage output. Nothing's different in the story. And since the dungeons are pretty spaced out in the beginning of the game, you kind of forget you're playing Master Mode after a while. It's only when you get in the adult section you start realizing, oh yeah, there's things different, because you're back-to-back dungeons like, all the time once you get to adult. I think Master Mode is more of a actual difference once you get to the second half for that reason. First half of the game, it's just kind of there. Although it does have Jabu cows. Best part about Master Quest, because it's so out there of a dungeon. I love that dungeon so much. I don't have much time in here, so I'm gonna probably be equipping my tunic here in a second. It's 32 seconds, that's nothing. I hate the rupees that are like that, by the way. The fact I got a backflip for those rupees is really nerve-wracking on its own, but if you miss it and the platform's falling down, you jump in the lava and die. I've done that plenty of times. So I don't like that specific silver rupee. And there's another one in this room in the same context. But here's how Master Quest makes you use the gold gauntlets more, and by more, I mean one more time. They put 2 of these pillars in the room, which, without a cutscene, is a little weird. Because Link just does it. Oh no. Well, I gotta throw that block again, so we get to use gold gauntlets another time. You never decide which ice room from before is the one you look forward to least, or Shadow with the Beamos. In some ways, I think the Beamos situation is worse, just because if you don't kill them immediately, they are a bigger threat. But the Keese in the Silver Rupee room is kind of annoying. So I guess it just really depends on which one you find is like a worse obstacle, the Keese or the Beamos. I'm trying to remember which one I didn't. I think this is my least favorite room, actually, from Master Quest Ganon's Castle. I didn't really care for the room too much in the standard game, but I think it's worse here because there's more silver rupees. I just don't really care for silver rupee puzzles too much to begin with in Ocarina. And Master Quest just loves to put these things everywhere as well. Now, 3 things that are overused in Master Quest. Song of Time, which is number 1. Then Silver Rupees, which is number 2, because they used to sing all the time in the later half. And then a bunch of Din's Fire stuff. Din's Fire is not as bad, not as overused as you would think, but it's still used too much. Thought I could actually make the jump. One of those I actually remembered rising up, but I think it's the one on the far right. Nice jump. Cinematic shot. Camera's moving on its own, by the way. Sometimes I'm moving the camera, and then sometimes the game is doing it too. So that was a struggle. Actually, can you just make this jump? I don't think you can. Oh no, this is the one. I'm gonna end on that rupee, actually. Alright, perfect. Just in time. That's right. I'm invincible in the cutscene, buddy. Oh, so are you. Oh, this is a problem. Awkward. How you doing? Come here often? Wow, that's what I get for mocking the BMOs. Why was that the insta-kill? Sometimes when you drop a bomb next to him, it doesn't go off. And then sometimes, nah man, insta-kill. Oh no. I thought I was actually gonna land in the lava. This room is actually a very excessive room for us right now. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about with the silver rupee before. I missed it. Thankfully, I got it as soon as the pillar risen up, so I had enough time. But yeah, that sucks for that reason. Very, very easy to miss. Yeah, like I said earlier, if we're talking about least favorite trials, this is my least favorite for Master. Especially when you die and have to keep on chucking the gold gauntlet pillar every time. It's a little excessive. Thanks, Marley. Funny enough, I literally clipped the moment myself just in case someone else didn't get it. Just for that reason, too. I'll probably end up using your clip instead. I like using my community's clips more than my own, just because it feels kind of stupid to see my name on the feature clip tab all the time. I always love giving my community those clips. And as a reminder, if anyone clips something, you have a very high chance of appearing on my feature clips page. And also giving me a short on YouTube, so thank you. I got so many shorts at this point, I don't even know how many more that are gonna be posted. This like, I keep on making more, and I have like a big backlog of them. So it's to a point now where I'm not even sure how many more I can schedule out. So I keep on shuffling them. I got shorts made all the way from the beginning of January and still haven't seen the light of day. Yeah, that is fair, Marley. Sometimes you have to remind a viewer that you can clip, just like in the same fashion of like the call to action stuff people do all the time with streams and videos. You know, like the like, comment, subscribe. Remember, you got Prime Gaming to sub, or you can donate bits. Like, it's just the standard. You gotta remind people things are there. It's mainly with the clip thing, people just kind of forget because they're actively watching, so they're not paying attention to like farming out the clips for you, which I understand. Link, are you idiot? Are you idiot? I think the answer is yes. And yeah, the mobile app, you don't even just need to say clipping on the mobile app is terrible. You could just say the mobile app is terrible and everyone agrees. That thing is so buggy, a lot of features are buried. They kind of forget half the things exist on mobile, like subbing, donating bits, and even clipping. Those settings just are very much buried on mobile, which is really stupid. The only time I'll ever watch someone on mobile specifically is if I'm actually out and about. If I'm home, I'm always watching on either a TV or a computer. I'm never watching on mobile because it's such a terrible app. And it's really sad to see it's only gotten worse over the years, not better. You would think it would get better. Don't even get me started about trying to doom scroll on the app to find clips and such. That's like one of the worst experiences. Especially with the formatting of clips being so terrible to begin with in vertical format on Twitch. Half of them you barely can see what the heck's going on because it's super zoomed in. The other half are like very, very small because they're still in landscape. So you can barely see anything. And then you may have that rare clip someone actually went in and made a proper vertical format for. It's all over the place. No, 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 no. Take off the boots. I wouldn't make it. Yeah. I'm playing this one safe, because I've died here way too much. If I play my cards right, this is the run. Prime energy drink to make yourself ill. Man, if only that came free with your Prime membership. Sickness. Nobody said that. There you go. Instead of using the hookshot target here, I just like using hover boots, because it's really not that different. Don't care about the heart, because it's one hit KO. Those things are always worthless. Alright, so one more trial left, and this one I'm going to try doing something a little bit different to get in. I'm trying to remember if I can do this. Thankfully, it's not counting as damage just yet. No, wrong angle. So, there is a way to actually clip through here. I'm trying to remember how you do it. It's like you jump from here? You side roll, you walk backwards. Then from here, I turn around, and then set myself up for a roll. Yeah, and then you clip out of bounds, you gotta hold left. That counts as a death for obvious reasons. Just give it a minute. Off for shopping. Alright, well, have a good time out there. Don't have the crowds be too much of a problem, right? No, in all seriousness, thanks for stopping by, Marley. Appreciate it. You have a good rest of your day. Really? I want to try this because I can't remember the angle now, and I'm actually very confused as to why I keep on failing that. I want to see something here really quick. I'm going to hit refresh. There you go. I noticed the icons didn't load correctly in the chat, so I just want to fix that. It also tells me that the YouTube side of chat's working on this chat client. What was the control I had to do here again? I want to do this. I'll just type clip. That might make this easy. Zangian's castle. You do it, bomb cheese. The problem is I'm used to doing this with an actual, like, a hit. That's why I can't do this. Because obviously I can't take any hits. Yeah, because the method I usually use, that is a hit. I can't do a damage clip. But you can also do this with hover boots? How does that work? Oh, I'm not doing that. There's a lot of pausing. I mean, a lot of pausing. Bomb Chew. Let me not type the word clip. Super slide. Yes, this is it. hold right and Z, and then release Z after Link passes the stairs. That's what I'm doing wrong. I get in the corner, walk backwards, and I do this. Okay, well I got it, but I got crushed, which that's a new one. Never got crushed by that before. Just want to make sure I didn't do anything wrong here. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get what I'm doing wrong now. There you go. I just was releasing the Z button a little too late because you're supposed to release it once you pass the stairs, and I was releasing it, you know, before, which is problematic. Hello, it's me, Link. And there you go, now I'm in. Fun part. I'm still here. It looks really stupid, doesn't it? I feel like this is a spot I need to get a key. But wait a minute, weren't there only supposed to be 3 keys here in this dungeon? I did mention that before. So this is a nice trap, isn't it? No, it's just a waste of your time. That was a key normally, but now it's not. You're a Master Quest, buddy. Oh. This is, a little more awkward, huh? Because of the wall being more of a skew. There you go. This room is also kind of pointless now. Silver Rupee puzzle just reverted to a couple fire traps, and then you just go to locked door. That's it. There's really not much to it. Also, this situation's kind of funny. Random sculpture there. Switch in the fire on the right, which turns off this wall. And that's your final trial. All of them are now completed between 2 different versions of the same game. So that is 12 trials in total. The ultimate set of trials. And then the pillar's still here, so this just kind of looks stupid now, doesn't it? Actually, it is possible to walk through. Here's the issue, though. By skipping cutscenes in this version specifically of Master Quest, we kind of have a problem. Yeah, the cutscene is specifically how the barrier turns off, so there's no way now of actually, you know, getting into the final stretch, which that's kind of bad. So how do we actually get to Ganon? Well, here's the fun thing. The devs made a little bit of an error in this section of the game specifically. So if I turn on collision view, we can see here, that's green. That means that's a loading zone. Floor's green, I don't know why. It's kind of weird. The floor is not a loading zone. It's just green for some reason. I want to go over here specifically. That's green. That whole wall is green. That whole wall is also a loading zone. So we have a way to get into Ganon's castle, the interior still. But I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going into the hidden room. There are more scrubs in here. There's one extra. This guy's just kind of chilling. Decker nuts. Well, thank you. Red potion. Still pointless in this room because of all the fairies. Arrows. Actually okay on that. This one I want bombs because I don't have that many. And then green potion, don't need it. And I do believe these guys come back when you leave. That just reloads the room. Sure enough. So I can just go right back to the salesman again and buy more bombs. And while I'm here, thank you for the free infinite sword glitch. So you may be wondering, how am I going to get in the loading zone? Because you can't just walk into the wall and then it just works. But thankfully, we already know of another way. By just jumping into it. You just need a little extra height, not too much, and then you can jump in the loading zone. And that's it. That was our... It's just because I thought I was gonna die, I was hesitant. That is our final trial to get into here. But that's not the only way we can get into this specific area. So I'm gonna turn on the debug menu and go back really quick. So it should be, where is it? Here it is, Ganon's Castle. Now I'm gonna turn that back off. Also need my hook shot. I'm gonna use save states here just to showcase this. This is gonna be kind of dangerous. I'm gonna activate this guy. Instantly die. This is why we have the save states ready. That's gonna be happening a lot. This is kind of tricky to do, so I'm probably gonna die here a couple times. Base location. Let me bait him into this corner, actually. Then he can get a little closer. It's gonna be really tricky. I've never done this before, as you can tell. Oh, that would have been it. That would have been it, man. He's not close enough, that's what it is. He's got to get closer to the door. And I don't want him doing the horizontal slash. I want him to do that one, the vertical. I have to work with it. So you might actually get a little bit of a glimpse of what I'm trying to do here, because I am kind of flying the air for a second every time I fail this. He's not that great in precision. Also, I love the hitbox on this guy. It's so jank. Like, sometimes you get hit from the rear, which makes 0 sense. And then sometimes you don't. It's just such a jank hitbox. And also sometimes there's an insta-kill because reasons. I might have put him in a really bad spot now thinking about it. He needs to be right in front of the door. What I'm trying to do specifically is if I can get him in a really specific spot. There it is. I wedge myself in between the door and the iron knuckle. And by doing this, this is a specific Master Quest trick, because this iron knuckle is only here in Master Quest. I just now jumped into an unloaded section. So if I turn on collision viewer here, this is the inside room of Ganon's castle, the main foyer. And as you can see, everything is loaded. We can't get into any of the other rooms because they are locked. But I'm gonna make a save state really quick so I can just wander around a bit. This room is still available. I don't think you can actually do anything in it, because the room itself, it may be here, but nothing will load. It's just a blank room. Because right now, the game still thinks we're in the front entrance and not actually inside of the main foyer. So it doesn't load anything in here. It's just completely empty. Thankfully, all the collisions here, so we can walk around. But more importantly, the loading zone is still here to get inside of Ganon's castle. So what you can do, as soon as you clip, and we turn off the collision view, you just clip and just walk forward. And there you go. Now you're inside Ganon's castle. Easy. Am I right? Well, not really, because you saw how many times I died to the iron knuckle. It's not easy at all. Not even close, buddy. That's not all, though. There's other ways you can get inside of Ganon's castle early. I'm surprised it didn't count as a hit. I do have my damage stuff still on, so that should have actually hurt me. I need this. There you go. So now I just clipped into the main foyer once again, just using the Spirit Trial. This is exclusive to the vanilla version of the game. And the room is still loaded, just like before. So what we can do, line ourselves up here right in the middle. I like doing it from like here specifically, right where I see all of the beams of light just meeting with the center. And if you're not certain, you can also shoot arrows. Because if you fail, you fall down. So now I have no idea where I'm at. Alright, now I'm on the stairs. So I'm doing this without collision view just to make this harder. If I open that door, I go back in the Spirit Trial, by the way, which we don't want. Alright, hear it. right here is a rug, so that's how I can tell where I'm at. So now I just walk forward, because this is the main door that'll lead me in. So now I'm on the bridge, and from here, we walk into the loading zone. One more fun fact, though. And it's with the beams. I don't know if it works on this version. No, I don't know if I can show this. I'm just trying it. If not, I can maybe just pull up a video and show you guys what I'm trying to do here. Maybe I'm even going like the wrong spot. Yeah, I'm definitely going the wrong spot. I'll do from the doors and see if this works. Because what I'm trying to do right now is maybe not possible on a ship. Because of how it handles memory addresses better. So let me try going in and out of this trial like a bajillion times. You can actually load multiple light beams at once in this area, which actually screws up a lot of things in this center room. For example, you can deload the block that is blocking your way to light trial. But also, you can keep on doing this to a point where you unload the barrier and just walk straight through it. So, this is another form of barrier skip. And by going back and forth in this door, you get the same effect. Because what you're doing is every time you load the room, it loads more light beams. Yeah, it is working. You can see how much thicker each beam of light is. So, by going back and forth multiple times between rooms, it just stacks more beams every time. And eventually it starts deloading things in the main foyer. You need to do this a lot. So I'm doing it near the light trial, because then I can see if that block disappears. I forget how many times you have to do this, though. That's the issue. Because as you can see, we got a lot of light bars. It's like you get 30 of these or something and the game just starts going crazy. I know in the original it starts to lag pretty bad on N64. But the PC version has much better handling of memory addresses and just in general does not really lag. I haven't had a single lag burst in this game on PC. It's ran at a smooth whatever frame rate I set it to. So this might not work in this version because of just how much better this port is. Any other version, this would deload everything. Yeah, this doesn't work here. I think this version is just a little too OP for that. So let me see if I can find a video just to demonstrate this. So let's see. I'm just gonna type light beam and Ganon. See if we can find it. I can find light trial skip. How do I just refine that to barrier? No, okay. It doesn't work either. Deload? Ah, I cannot find it. Okay, there's the trial skip. Actually, if I do that, maybe I can find something. I've seen this in old, and I mean very old speedruns. It is somewhat useful still for randomizer's sake to do this trick, but it might not work in PC. I don't know. It's the Armos clip. People were doing the side hop thing or the bomb hover. Battle trial. Yeah, I cannot find it. You have to take my word for it, unfortunately, because I can't seem to find a clip that easily. I'll do one more search. There's the Armor staircase. Oh, apparently there's a freezer clip. It's the same idea, but use a freezer in a different room to hookshot in. Hover slide, mega flip. Yeah, I'm not finding it by just unloading the barrier. If I type barrier instead on Google, I can find something. You believe me? I mean, Al, I'm a person on the internet. I may be lying to you. That's how it works, right? Everyone lies on the internet. Yeah, I cannot find a clip of this. I've seen someone doing a randomizer like more recently. I just don't know what the video was. That's why it's really hard to reference. Oh, apparently there's another way I could have done the skip and master quest, which is actually easier than what we were just doing. Maybe I do it from the other side, but I just seen this, so I'm trying it. Oh, he fell off. That guy's not supposed to fall. Yeah, he does not. He does not want to be down here. That Beamos is not supposed to. Armos is not supposed to fall from that ledge ever. So when he's down here, he's confused. Oh, I see why this works now. This specific torch is off-centered. It's not supposed to be off-centered. They made a mistake. What I need to do is something very specific. He is still going. You're gonna hear that for a while, by the way. There we go. Like, come on, save state. Do you just go for it? Yeah, you try to walk near it. Oh! Well, that's a new one. That was almost like remote hookshot from Majora's Mask. That was not what I was expecting. That is what I was expecting. Alright, I think I'm in the room now. I'm just in a spot I wasn't expecting to fall. Hang on, where is this exactly? I think I know where I'm at. There we go. Yeah, I was in the hidden room. Now I gotta find the staircase. Oh, I found it. So now I can just go back up to where the door is. And this is the same as Armo's clip. Because of that torch being off-centered, now I can just go straight here from the bridge in a loading zone, and boom. As you can see, there are multiple ways to skip the trials, so don't even bother with the trials if you're doing any playthrough of this video game. You don't need to. They're all optional. It's kind of funny. Alright, but before we actually go into the final gauntlet, there is one more thing we need to do for 100% completion. And that is out here in the main area of Ganon's castle. Because out here specifically, we need gold gauntlets in order to get into this specific area, which you only get in Ganon's castle. So now, lift away. There is a way to get in here without gold gauntlets, but it requires us taking a hit, and you know the rules by now. If you don't, hey, you can always use a reminder. But look them up. That's our final use of gold gauntlets too. Kind of a shame, you get these so late, and by the time you get gold gauntlets, you barely use them. It almost felt like gold gauntlets were just a last second addition to the game, like they weren't even planning for a third strength upgrade, but it happened at the final hour. Okay, so this is our final Great Fairy. It's in the same spot as the Din's Fairy, which is very interesting to know, because if you're here as adult Link, and you go back in time as child in this area, which you're only really doing in a randomizer because of the Song of Time change age thing, you leave this area, you go out to the castle courtyard. But this fairy fountain you can still interact with as child, which is still there as double defense, but you can go back in for the Din's reward instead. There's no possible way to actually go back and forth in this area in the main game. This is something I'm only doing in a randomizer, but it's just a fun fact to share. So let me just show it. So I'm gonna do change age. This is the same exact fairy fountain, by the way. Nothing is different here. If I leave, boom, Hyrule Castle. Now I can enter this, which is child only. I can enter this specific crawl space. And notice the flames are different, so that's how you can tell we're in a completely different fairy fountain. So now this is the Din's Fairy Fountain. Change the age again, now we're here as Adult Link. He can get the Din's upgrade. But if I leave here, we're back to Ganon's Castle. And once again, going into this area, we're back to the Double Defense Fairy. So, a little trick you can do in a randomizer, if you have a change age specific setting, then you can go back and forth in one area and get 2 rewards at once. Cool idea. It's the only fairy fountain that's in the same spot between child and adult that are 2 different fairies. That's why that works. Alright, but it's time. Nothing left to do but to go fight Ganon. I do want to mention one other thing though, because we're here. It's just a fun fact, because I thought this myself for many years, and I only was recently able to figure this out because of cheat codes like this. So this area here is completely worthless. This area has nothing to it. The bridge always looks like an area you can get to. And this is not even a loading zone, which is funny, since the old underside here is. No matter where you hit it. So it's almost like they planned specifically for you to interact with that bridge during this portion of Ganon's Castle, because spoilers, we'll be there later for something else. But now, before we go any further into this portion of the dungeon, I'm going to take a small little break so I can prepare for the endgame. So when we come back, we'll be climbing up to the very top of Ganon's tower here and finishing this set challenge. Stay tuned, we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back and ready to finish this game. I hope I have enough Deku Nuts, because I just realized I didn't get any. 14 should be enough to finish this whole area. So we should be fine. Famous last words. Go ahead, bait all the fire this way. So right away, oh, I forgot I still have debug menu on. I'll turn it off here in a second because I don't want to do that mid-keys fight. And that's why. I love how we actually just couldn't even get through the first room because I was distracted by debug. I should probably just run through it, to be fair. Health here does not matter for a one-hit KO, so just avoid the keys. As of right now, we're not going to be using any more of the bunny hood. I just don't want to make this too easy for enemy's sake. I'll leave it on. We're also not going to be using the big Goron sword here for extra challenge. And this area is the same between Standard Ocarina and Master Quest, so at this point in time, we are done playing Master Quest. Sadly, they did not change this climb at all, and it could have at least changed up some of the enemy fights, but they're the same. First enemy gauntlet is Lizalfos. Second one, in this room, Stalfos, which guard the boss key. And then the last one is the same as well, and I'll keep that one a secret until we get there. I will say, I think one thing I should probably do is get out Forest Wind, because this does help in case I have to backtrack. These rooms, thankfully, are always cleared, though, once you unlock the door. So I don't have to fight the other enemies here. I can just go. Got him. And this is our final boss key. So once we open this treasure chest, I can now proudly say that we have 101% completed Ocarina of Time. And that 101% specifically is the extra heart piece we grabbed, because we're overachievers. Now we got all the upgrades, all the songs, all the skulls, all the health. And with this final boss key, every single dungeon has now been fully cleared. Since that's the same in Master Quest, I'll just count me doing that in Master Quest as well, because again, it's the same exact area. You don't need to see me running through the same room twice. It has literally nothing different. Why? I'm just saying, why? If you want to be really transparent, we technically 202% because I 100%ed 2 different games. As you can see, I'm taking this very slow because Iron Knuckles has my final obstacle when there's 2 of them. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. It's a little nerve-wracking. Yeah, we are technically like Donkey Kong Countrying this kind of game with the whole 101% thing. The only Zelda game I can realistically say we can get more than 100% because of that extra heart piece. I'm not gonna get anything else in here because that's just a bunch of rupees or hearts if you don't have health, arrows, and magic. But I have full arrows. A cutscene coming up will restore all my magic. And, most importantly in this case, setting down the Forest Wind there, I can just come back into this room at any given time. Once we start the fight here, I'll probably end up saving again. So I don't have to worry about doing this climb every single time. This part, unfortunately, yes. I have to climb the log. What? 300 staircase. There's a lot of stairs just to get to Ganon. That's why I'll probably make a save so I don't watch this cutscene again. Hey, Kira, how you doing? Yeah, I thought the same, Kira. It's funny how that first big door you see in this area is the only one that needs the boss key. You would think they would put the boss key right here, in front of this one door we just entered, which gets to the actual boss. This is the only dungeon that has the boss door a couple rooms before the actual boss. And fun fact, every single boss room has a boss key skip to it. Except for this dungeon. And it's because well, from what I understand, it's actually possible to do a boss key skip to get in here. It's just extremely difficult, and no human's ever going to do it. Because of how the room is so far away. So, no one would bother. This is the only boss key if you're doing any speedrun or even randomizer you absolutely need. I will say, I like the cutscenes extra detail in this version being in widescreen, because I can see more of the pillars in the room. Oh, I mean, you can't see that. Alright, let's do this. Final boss time. Immediately save the game here, because I'm not watching that cutscene again. So I'm gonna be fighting this guy casually. AKA, we are not doing cheese strats here. That is why. That was fast. So here's the thing about the fight. We have to rally him, and there's a way to like one-hit rally, which does make the fight a little too easy. So for the sake of the challenge, let's just fight him without doing that. I do have a bottle on standby though, so at least make the rallies a little bit safer. Because for whatever reason, and this works for both Phantom Ganon and Standard Ganon, you can use a bottle to rally back his shots, making tennis a little bit easier. I don't know why, but this has been a staple for like almost every Zelda game since. But if you actually get on the platform where Ganon's at, use a bottle specifically for a shot to reflect back to the boss, then it just instantly stuns Ganondorf, which makes the fight super easy. And you can one-cycle the guy if you're good enough, but again, I'm gonna try to do this casually. So what's nice is Ganon will always heal me coming here, but unfortunately the magic did not get reset. This ball of light looks so weird though in 60 frames. Like, it's very spazzy looking, if that's accurate to say. Like, it looks like it's phasing in and out of reality more. I almost actually did the one cycle. I'm not wanting to do that. Is he doing... No. Okay. He's doing this. Oh, I got sound glitch. How do I keep getting a sound glitch? Yeah, this effect, I'm actually seeing it. It's like a GIF, essentially. So it's just a rotating sprite, but it's rotating in a very specific set of frames. It just looks like an animated GIF. It looks so cursed. Nice. I didn't even get him doing the charge attack, surprisingly. And that wasn't even me trying to do a quick kill. I just got optimal slashes. Yeah, the bottle thing is supposed to be the reference to the bug net with Ganon from Link to the Past, which again, how does that work? I don't know. It's been a series staple since Link to the Past to have a random item. Mainly it's been bottles over the years, but a bug net started it to be useful against certain boss fights. It goes all the way up until, I think the last game that did something like that was Skyward Sword, because of the... It was the... I almost want to say fishing rod, but that was Twilight Princess. The bug net in Skyward Sword also affects the final boss there, just by distracting him. Because there's no ball rally system in that game. I don't think there's any kind of like joke item that works on any boss for like Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, to my knowledge. I think that tradition was dropped starting with Breath of the Wild. At least when you talk like main 3D games. Alright, this is the part I'm more worried about than the actual Ganondorf fight, because if I die here, and this goes for every single section going forward, I have to redo the entire fight. So I start back at Ganondorf every time I die. They might heal you in between every single phase, but I don't care because it's one-hit KO, so this healing thing doesn't mean anything to me. If I die here in the Tower Collapse sequence, I gotta fight Ganondorf again. And going forward, if we gotta fight the bosses again in this whole sequence, I will do quick kill strats. But I'm not gonna be... Nice luck. I'm not going to be safe stating here because it can break the game. I could do... actually, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, no, you reset here. I'm thinking of the final boss that sends you back to Tower Collapse. Ganondorf, I think it's just done. I'm trying to remember. I think if I save state here and reload it, it will break this whole sequence, so I can't do that. But I do think debug menu can get me back in Tower Collapse. So, worst comes to worst, I could use debug mode for some stuff. And that can also get me to the final boss. You want to call that foot in the mouth? I just call it bad karma. Because this section with falling rocks is extremely random. They always appear in different spots, so the game is just wanting to taunt me one final time. If they fall on you in a cutscene like this, it's fine, but if they fall right after the cutscene, I get hurt. And if I touch a single rock, I die. Fun fact, if you're here as Child Link, which yes, it's actually possible because of glitches, if you burn your Deku Shield in these sequences, it will crash the game. The reason why is that you can burn your shield on these fire rocks because fire, no duh. But normally, burning your shield is actually perfectly fine, including on these fire rocks. But with Zelda specifically, no. You can't burn your shield around here because Zelda causes the game to crash. It's great. Nice, quick fight. I was hoping for that. Should normally drop hearts if I'm weak, but yeah, one hit KO. That's not gonna happen. Alright, there's one more scary room here for what we're doing, and it's this room coming up. This upcoming room has so many rocks, it's gonna be really tricky. This portion's fine, it's the next one I'm worried about. Also, this section here, when Zelda opens the doors, it lags like crazy on N64. So you normally actually want to shoot an elemental arrow just to stop the lag. I'm not even kidding. Lag strats. See, that's what I was worried about. This room is like a sardine can, how cramped you are in it. One little mistake, and you're probably getting hit. I mean to save. Because if I reset right now, I actually have to go back inside of Ganon's tower, which means I fight Ganon again. So just don't reset. Now, here's the situation of I could do this, but it's one hit KO, so it doesn't work. There is technically a tower collapse skip. There's actually two ways of skipping this place, and I'll explain, tongue twister right there. I can explain method number 2 once we get into the actual, like, final fight. Because it would make more sense there. But there is a way of skipping this place. You can do some, like, clips out of bounds here if you can hit the loading zone specifically. Then you can skip a bunch of floors, but it requires taking damage because you jump slash into a later room, which I can't do because one hit KO, instant kill me. I have to go to this place normally. There is a situation, however, where the game can get a little confused about how to trigger the tower collapse. And that specific sequence we unfortunately can't do in this playthrough, but it is something to keep in mind for like a speedrun. And I'll mention it, like I said, once we get out of the tower collapse, because this section's very nerve-wracking. I want to play it safe. Also, if I fall here, I will void out, which will also count as a death. And with platforms being the size of my character, that is very nerve-wracking. I want jump attack. Please don't target Zelda. I was hoping for the perfect fight, and I almost had it. I don't know how that last hit actually missed. I'm really worried about one of these cutscenes screwing me over again. It's funny, the first cutscene in the tower collapse sequence of Zelda opening one of these gates, of course it's the first one that got me killed. How am I not surprised at this point? Now this playthrough's gone. Alright, this room again. Alright, let's take it slow. One of these rocks falls in the very beginning. Just let it go. Put up my shield just in case. Yep, case in point. That would have hit me. Like one more falls here. Alright, that should be it. Now, this final room has a redead in it. Nice little final trick. So, I'm gonna do this. There, I just like immediately just ignored him. By side hopping like that right past the redead, he did not notice me. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. Zelda pushed me in the rock. I hate that part so much. Because of that one specific instance. I always get hit here because of Zelda. She always pushes me into one of the final rocks. I gotta go through the whole thing again because she's very, very destructive. I can technically do a bomb slide through the room, but I don't want to do that. That sounds like cheating. I want to set up for something else. Not that. That's another problem with these rocks. You can't shield them all the time because they will sometimes go through your shield. So what is the point? This section, I had a feeling. I was worried about this section from minute 1 with this challenge. It's rough. There's no checkpoint to it. You have to go through the entire tower collapse in one go. Normally, this section isn't that bad, especially when you 100% the game, so all hearts. But when you only have one hit, these rocks suck. This is probably one of the hardest parts of the whole video game. You know, I just remembered something, by the way, too. Did we ever get Cowan House? I don't remember if we got Cowan House. If we didn't, I can go back and get that real quick, but I'll do that after we beat the game. I can't remember if I did or not. Like, I legit don't remember. It's been many weeks since we've started this. Cowan House doesn't count for anything, so that's why I never put it in the 100% definition. It's just extra. I just thought of that now, for whatever reason. You're not really a problem at this point, so I just want to have fun with the room. Thankfully, no falling rocks in this area, because falling rocks and Salphos are a terrible mix. No, she still gasps during that jump. Like, that gas is impossible to avoid in my experience. Knew it. Wait. Let me try to show lag optimization here. There. That's what you do on N64 with how bad this area lags. You skipped Zelda's little animation of opening the door by doing that. Well, like the particle effect part of it. That's the part that lags. Can I go for kiss? I'm just gonna have to eyeball it. No, dude. I had a feeling, but there's no way I do this setup. There's a setup to push you right in front of Zelda, and the kiss, quote unquote, is getting right in front of where Zelda is, right before she opens that gate. It sandwiches their two models right inside of each other. Hence why we call that little setup the kiss, because it looks like Zelda and Link are kissing. If you can do that, she pushes you in a loading zone. It saves like a couple frames at most. I just want to see if I get it. Ooh, I just thought of something. Chat, do I do the funny here? I think I showed the funny off once before. I think it was during Nimpies? Or was it Ultimate Trials? One of the ROM hack playthroughs we did last year, where I fought Ganon, and I show off this funny little quirk. I think I should go for the funny. It makes it the fight easier, so I'm gonna have to put a stipulation to the funny. But I think I want to show it off. I think just for the sake of showing it, I'll make one save state here. And it's just to make sure we get the funny. Because it's something that if I fail, I can't try again. So I think just for safety, I'll make a state. So I do believe once you get close enough, it should show on a collision view, right? No, I don't need that one. I need scene on. It does not. Oh, surprising. Is it an actor? No, because that just loads up hitboxes on the ground. I can't really show this. I think it's once I get to the crack in the floor between the two tiles in front of me. So I gotta do this very, very carefully. I'll just edge my way forward. It's gonna look really stupid, but I'm gonna explain what I'm doing here in a second. I think I'm like a couple steps away. I don't remember where the trigger is exactly. Because there's a cutscene trigger here I'm trying to avoid. This is burning all my magic, but it'll be worth it. One more try? I think I have one more try after this. Yeah, I failed it there because I didn't have enough magic. That would have been it. So I made the save state so I can at least just try it again. It's right here. That's why I have to be very careful. Got it! There you go. So, here's the funny. Normally, this cutscene, Link is supposed to react to Ganondorf here. But if you use Din's Fire walking into the cutscene, it screws up the animations here. And by screws up, I mean Link doesn't have any animations here. So he's just going to be staring at Ganon with the most blank stare imaginable. This does have an actual side effect that works in your favor for this fight, though. So this is where my stipulation comes in. I cannot use the glitch state here to my advantage. I will have to play this like I lost my Master Sword. Because right now, he knocks the sword out of my holster, which normally is in my hand. So that's weird. But because he knocked away the Master Sword without the Master Sword being in my hand, the fun part about this is that the game still thinks I have the Master Sword. So, I just made a second Master Sword. I'm supposed to have lost my sword right now. That's the weird part about this. And the best part about this glitch is that by keeping the Master Sword, I can use this in the final battle early. Because Ganon is weak to every... Well, Ganon is immune to pretty much every single weapon, as every weapon now does 1 damage to him, no matter what. Except the Master Sword. He's weak to the Master Sword. Which means we can do up to 4 damage with this blade. Technically, Deku Sticks count as well, because they have the same damage value. So Deku Sticks and Master Sword are just 2 weaknesses. We're going to use the Big Goron Sword. We're going to pretend we just lost the Master Sword here. You can also bomb slide in this cutscene and does the same thing. Which I find funny. Also, we got a little bit of a sound glitch because I did the save state stuff, so Link's just going to be a little quiet. So this guy would hit for like what is it, 8 hearts normally, something crazy? Or it'd be like 4 hearts because they were double damage. I can't exactly remember, but he hits like a truck. So, because one-hit KO's a thing, that doesn't matter. This guy will one-hit shot me. But I have practice with one-hit KO Ganon, because Nimpai Adventure, I remember this guy does 16 hearts. So in my situation in that ROM hack, this guy might as well have been a one-shot KO. So I fought this boss before with one-shot stipulations. I have practice. Is it the same damage as Iron Knuckle? If it is, then that should be 4 hearts. Nice, I got the iframe. That didn't count. So I'm rolling through Ganon's legs every single time here to guarantee I get to his backside. You can use Deku Nuts to also attack Ganon. That'll do 1 damage. Light Arrows also will do like 1 damage. So Master Sword's the way to go. And that is it. That is the end of the one-hit KO Ocarina of Time challenge. The total amount of deaths for the main playthrough, getting 100% between Ocarina Standard Dungeons and Master Quest Dungeons, is 440 deaths. What a number. That's a lot more than I was expecting. But at the same time, it's over. Link doesn't want to be over yet. There we go. He wasn't close enough. GG's. My goal was to get this under 500 because I knew I was going to bloat my deaths beyond belief with certain things. And how the series was starting to go halfway through, I knew we would be in triple digits. So I was just hoping that it would be under a certain threshold. My ideal threshold would have been 200, but not even close. So that is it for the main game, but here's the thing. We're not done yet, because for one, I think I forgot Cal in the house, so 102% we gotta go for, because Cal counts 100%. Cal is not a thing, just like with the Heinlein Loach, it's not a thing actually counted for actual 100% definition. The 100% definition, if you want to go by what fans have broke the game down over years, and even like the speedrun scene, is getting all the upgrades, all the hearts, all the skulls, and clearing out every single dungeon. Now, some people argue about if you should get all the chests or not, get maps, compasses, and boss key chests. That one is very debatable, but for my definition, I count getting all the chests open. And that is because of how the map, in every dungeon, minus Gerudo Training Grounds and Ganon's Castle, track all the chests being opened. I just saw him poof, by the way. You normally can't see this cutscene in such great detail, but for the glorious version of PC, I'm getting to see this game in the highest resolution possible, and Ganon just kind of popped out of existence. And fun fact about this area, we're technically standing in the Hyrule Field section of the game right now. It just has none of the graphics loaded. We're just standing in a void, but realistically, this is right in front of the castle. Also, the PC version has a nice little quality of life, so I can have my hands off for the rest of this. It will play all the dialogue for you. It'll just auto-advance it. Normally, the dialogue here with Zelda, you have to press a button to advance, which is why it's so fast. Good luck reading this. Well, let's be real, we didn't pay attention to any of the story for this challenge run, so it's nothing different. If you have the skip cutscene feature on here, it wouldn't skip these cutscenes. That's just because it doesn't matter at this point. If you don't want to see any more cutscenes, you can turn the game off. Also, I don't know what it is in this cutscene. I think it's the frame rate thing, because we are interpolating frames, but the models have to be interpolated as well. But I noticed playing this cutscene past 20 FPS, sometimes Zelda's neck just breaks for like 5 frames. So you might have seen her just go from straight up to like contorted for a second, back to straight up. I don't know what that is. I'm betting that's the frame rate, specifically bugging out the model. Yeah, that's it. That's it, at least for the main challenge here of this one-hit KO. I thought it made things way more interesting going for 100%. That's why specifically this version of the game I played, Ship of Arcanium, was perfect for this challenge. Hopefully everyone enjoyed this whole series. But again, we're not done. I do have a little special surprise once we're actually done with the cow thing as well. Could be AP triggering. Heard somewhere that the OT's AP makes Zelda's hair freak out. It might be that. I don't know exactly like the full technical detail. The detail breakdown, excuse me, but you could be correct on that one, Kira. I've only noticed that quirk on PC specifically because we have a frame rate toggle in this version. Normally, that's a thing you can't do on console. Well, kind of. If you use the practice ROM GC and go into the memory editor, you can adjust certain values there, which will change the internal game's frame rate. But the PC version's doing it with frame interpolation. So the game's engine is still at 20 frames, but you're running it at whatever frame rate you set it. So it's just making fake frames without adding input delay. But if you change the game's frame rate in the actual code of Ocarina of Time, it actually screws up pretty much everything. It messes with physics, everything moves way faster than it's supposed to, and it breaks most of the game. Like, you can't make any jumps. If you got a 30 frames, you're lucky you're able to play the game at all. If you're at 60, it's unplayable, flat out. So that's why we have to do frame interpolation for the PC release. If you try to jack the frame rate up, and I noticed this with other games I played in the past. Like years ago, we streamed L.A. Noire with a frame rate mod, because it only runs in 30. We forced it to 60 frames, and there are certain sections that broke. There was like one chase sequence specifically that was impossible in 60 frames, because one of the people we were chasing always ran in front of a car and died, which instantly failed the mission. So we had to bump it down to 30 just to complete the game for like one mission. So when you mess with the game's frame rate on an actual engine level, it breaks. So I'm really glad to see the frame interpolation method being used here for these N64 games. Because that's the thing with this Ocarina of Time port. The Ship 2 version of Majora's Mask, so that's the game's PC port. And Star Fox 64's PC port also uses frame interpolation. So the internal engine's still at 30 or 20 or whatever the game runs. Nice opponent, by the way, on the screen. You're not supposed to see this in widescreen. The game's still run at their original frame rate. They don't break. This also, the music's going to be kind of weird, because without lag, the cutscenes for the credits go way faster. So it kind of breaks a bunch of stuff too on music. Yeah, it actually the file selected 60. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's why the game has an actual code inside of its memory addresses that you can adjust the frame rate, because it runs at 20 frames, 30 frames, and 60 frames. It really depends on what you're on. File selected 60, the pause screen is 30, and the actual gameplay is 20. It's so weird that this game has 3 different frame rates when you break it down. But that is true. Although, good luck ever seeing anything past 20 frames if you're playing on actual N64 hardware. Because that title screen, or not that, the file screen is supposed to be 60, but you're lucky if it's 30 at most. It's usually 20. Now think about it, I remember in the other version I was playing of Ship, I turned on a setting that was supposed to fix the credit music being desynced after a certain bit. I don't know if I turned it on for this build. Since in between this series, we had to update their PC version, and I had to redo all my settings because they didn't transfer. I think I turned on the right setting for the credits. I can't remember. If I didn't, oh well, they're cursed credits. Just like the rest of this playthrough being cursed. Because I don't think the music should be here. I think it's very desynced at the moment. Like, you're supposed to hear a triumphant beat right now, and it's not going to play until after this part's over. Yep, sure enough. So I don't think I turned on the setting that's supposed to fix the music desync. Oops. That's fine. Just like the rest of the game, it's cursed. I'll have a second chance to turn it on, to be fair. You know what actually would have been funny in this portion of the credits if I had the adult equipment on and saved that to Link's model at this point, because then he would have went back in time with the Master Sword still on him. That would have been a time paradox. And I could do that now since the models show in this version for Child. And one nice change here specifically with this version, because I'm just so used to playing this on GameCube and Wii, the credits are bugged at the very end specifically. And I'll mention it here once we see the end logo. Because at this point now, the timelines have split. We're in our 3-timeline era. Link wins. Link go back in time and warn Zelda, and then there's one he just randomly fails. Who knows how? Maybe he tripped. But this here, this effect was broken on the GameCube and Wii versions. Instead of this being like a sepia tone filter for the end shot, it was black and white. But the end and the Ocarina of Time stuff was still the orange filter. Oops. This is fixed for like Wii U onwards though. And I remember specifically like GameCube actually had this filter because it was a movie file for the credits, but the credits still existed in the actual code of the game and you can trigger it with glitches. And if you did, you got the Wii VZ bug. It's so weird. But at this point, none of the buttons work. I actually hit the wrong button there, so I popped up on my Steam window. I thought it did work for a second. None of the buttons work here, so you're locked in. But fun fact, I'm going to turn on debug mode here. Oh, hang on. Help. Zelda, help. I'm just going to go to that section really quick. If you break out there, you can't talk to Zelda. I was trying to do that, but the game kind of bugged out last second. Let's go to, what is it? It shouldn't be the alley. It's not the buildings. Courtyard, I think it is. Yeah, from Zelda. Dang it, man. If I was playing on GZ, this would have been good. I did this because I have to save my file. It's the only way I can break out, otherwise I have to reload my game. So, yeah, I could have kept the sepia tone filter, actually, because I was moving in that ending shot because of my debug stuff. But unfortunately, no, not here. That's not the case. Alright, let's just use this to our advantage, because then I don't have to reload anything. I need to go... Let's go to Link's house really quick. Oh. Man, Link, your sword and shield got tiny over the years. I can turn that off now. This is just comical. He's just holding the butter knife. And the little dinky wooden shield doesn't even fit correctly. Yeah, we didn't get Cow and House. Alright, so I gotta do that. This looks so stupid. Should I keep... You know, I'm gonna keep this on. I just love how dumb it looks, so we're keeping it on. I will fix my equips here, though. That much is a given. I just think this looks so dumb. Yeah, the downfall timeline, it's supposed to be Link failing fighting Ganon at the end, which you don't know exactly when that happens. Yeah, is it the Ganondorf portion or is it the Ganon portion? We don't know. It's one of those things that's not that well explained. It's just something we know because of the official Zelda timeline that was dropped a few years back. So it's just kind of like a footnote. this looks so dumb. He can barely hold the shield. It's too small for him. I think I missed. Hang on, I gotta turn around. Yeah, I missed. There we go. All in one. FD with Decker Shield. Oh man, that'd be great. I think there's a mod actually for the PC version that adds Fierce Deity into the game, and I think you might be able to give him a shield. Not 100% sure. But if you could, that'd be a funny addition. Just to see him like this. Like, even though, like, to me, the sword just looks like I got out a little dagger. Alright, that should be in a good enough spot. Alright, this is the dumbest look. Seriously. None of this fits. Alright, let's just get this one over with then. Cowan House. This one's actually pretty simple. I have to jump through every single one of these fences. Can't skip a single one. And I gotta beat this under, I think it was a minute. So carrot routing here is very, very important. The race itself is not too hard on the timing once you know the optimal times of using carrots or not, but it is tight. I've known plenty of people who couldn't do this, but it's thankfully not a required part of the game, so it doesn't matter. If you use a carrot before the small little fences, you actually keep your speed. That's like a really important thing to know. And then right here, one more burst of speed, and that should give me 48. Yeah, let's go. If I'm fast enough, I can get a 47, so that's a good time. So, present's too heavy. Gotta go somewhere else. Actually, I'll do this. Throwing shade at me. Well, it's not just you. I think it was also our friend Allison that couldn't do the Cowan House thing, which is fair, because the Cowan House is kind of weird. This is required if you have a Cow Sandy randomizer, because you might have a thing like, say, a light arrow inside of the cow's udder. You never know. That's a good enough spot. You can stay there. I look so stupid. I can't get over the Decker shield on the back of an adult Link model. It's the shield that gets me more than the sword. I can see adult Link using the tiny little Kokiri sword because it's just a knife. It's the shield I won't ever see him use because this is so dumb. Yeah, so there it is. Cowan House. Completely optional, doesn't do anything for you. But if you want a cow, then I guess here it is. I think there is a specific setting in this version of Ocarina that lets you have this between child and adult. Because normally, if I change age, there's no cow. But there's a setting here, Link's cow in both time periods. I turned that on, now there's a cow. Because this map's technically different between the two ages, but if you want a cow as the child, then I guess here you go. Like, I don't know why you would ever want this here. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. But if you did, there it is. Good question there, Kira. Yeah, how did... Well, actually, there's a couple different questions there. One, yes, how did Malon deliver the cow, getting through the Lost Woods without getting lost? That's number one. Two, how did she get it up to Link's house? Keep in mind, this is in the medieval era, so there's no cranes. So how'd she get it up the tree and inside of the room? Number 3, how'd it fit inside the room? That door doesn't look big enough for a cow. Like, there's so many questions here. How? Why? And how? Like, you have to ask how twice because it's just so weird. The cow and house thing is, like, the biggest mystery in this game. Like, just, how is this possible? Alright, so there's one other thing I want to do before we're actually essentially fully done, because this does not count towards anything. But it is something I didn't actually show while we were over in the Gerudo area last session. So right now I'm kind of doing like cleanup stuff, essentially. Like cleanup extras. Because this doesn't matter. Although I am, while I'm going over here, I'm going to turn on the unrestricted items code really quick. This is just going to make our lives a little bit easier. Actually, now thinking about it, I don't want to unequip the Ocarina, so I'll put the Roar's Wind on a button. You're not supposed to be able to use Roar's Wind here normally. I could do a glitch to get on the B button, but it'd just be a little too much. Oh, also, I don't think I ever got this chest. No, I didn't. I'll just get that really quick. With my little dagger here. Doesn't really matter. Just because I want it. Because it's just money. I'm gonna put down a warp here. There's a very specific NPC that wouldn't normally interact with you at this point if the bridge was not fully built. But now that it's built, we got the wandering running guy from our childhood. What happened to his bunny hood? I sold that to him. Did he just pawn it? Come on, buddy, don't pawn it. So his record is 238. I'm gonna cheat and use the bunny hood. In fact, I'm gonna double cheat and also use bombs. This is actually faster right now than using Epona. Normally, I would use Epona here, but I want to beat his 238 and show him up. I'm gonna beat very fast. Did not mean to do that. We're literally done with the main adventure and I still find a way to kill myself. I don't even know how he did the little shuffle. That's a first. See, man knows the race is over. Let's try again. He's gonna be wondering, how, sir? We were just racing. How'd you die? Don't ask. We don't talk about it. And he's just laughing to himself. Idiot. I would. Okay, because I don't trust the controller doesn't have notches to easily move backwards or left or right, I'm just gonna do it with a setup. I'm gonna just keep on going here, because actually this is the perfect angle to go from here, Gerudo Valley, all the way over to the other side of this fence. And then from here, if I play my cards right... Oh, missed it. There's the hole. No. That should line me up perfectly to go right through the fence. There you go. I don't see the running man in sight, though. I think we're in the clear. We took the long way. We win. 127, baby. I win. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Because this guy, no matter how fast you go, you will never beat the running guy. It is possible to freeze your in-game timer and come here with 0 seconds, and this guy still says he beat you by 1 second. He's literally a cheater. It's impossible to win. And yes, that even includes by you cheating yourself. This is why half roars win unrestricted. So now if I do this, turn off. Oh no, I'm gonna keep that on. I need debug mode on. I now need to go back. There we go. All right, ready to race me? Here we go, go first. Oh, looks like you quit the race even though you got here before me, buddy. Because if you use a warp song, it will instantly put your timer to 4 minutes, and same for using Forest Wind. So, yeah, don't do that. I think I can do another thing. Freeze the time of day. Is that not a freeze timer? No, I thought there was a freeze timer, so I can't do that. That doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's no way I can freeze the timer easily. I'm not gonna try this again. There's no point. So let me disband that. Or dispel it. See ya. Now, I want to go back to Ganon's castle. Ganon death cutscene? What is that? Okay, that is not what I want. Ganon defeated 2. How do I get... hang on. This version's debug scene select is different than I'm used to, so I don't know how to get to the final fight. Because I would think it's Ganon death cutscene, but it's just giving me Ganondorf, which I don't want. Ganon's lair. Oh, there you go. Ganon's lair just takes you to the tower collapse. So the fun fact about this, if you never get caught by a Gerudo guard, once you kill Ganondorf, it sends you straight into this section. Because for whatever stupid reason, the Gerudos catching you sets a very specific flag in the game that also is shared with this cutscene and the tower collapse sequence. It's so weird. Like, if you get caught by a guard, tower collapse works. If you don't get caught by a guard ever, it doesn't. But there's no way to avoid that. Like, there's some weird correlation. I can't remember the specifics. But this cutscene is possible to skip. Now, while I'm here, I need to do a save editor. And I'm going to transform my bottle into a fish. Because I need fish. Also, I love the model not showing the shield correctly here, and he's holding the Master Sword, which is very wrong. So, I'm not fighting Ganon again. I'm just activating the cutscene. Because now Link pulls out his sword, which is supposed to be the Master Sword, but I got Kokiri's sword equipped, so I just pulled out the tiny little dagger. This is what we skipped doing the Din's Fire strategy from earlier, which was worth it, because it was funny. I'm coming here for a very specific side effect of losing your sword. So no matter what sword's in your hand, he knocks out the Master Sword. It auto-equips it in that section just so you lose it. So now I'm swordless. Which is funny because I'm always supposed to have a sword slash behind me, but now it's the child one, which is wrong. And this is the only time you run with just your shield out, too. So because I'm swordless, you're not supposed to be able to lead this fight. Because normally I have a code on, so I gotta turn it off. Normally, you can't use your ocarina here. It was usable only just because I have unrestricted items on, but you did not see this on earlier. So to leave here, I'm going to do ocarina items. And now we warp away. This is the only way that I can be swordless in the entire adventure as Adult Link. And the devs never expected you to leave the fight without your sword. So now if I go back, I have to fight Ganondorf again and go through the whole tower collapse, which is not ideal. But I'm swordless. That's weird. You can be swordless as a child. You start the game swordless, but the game was programmed to you to not have your sword then, so it's actually fine. Outside of blank A, which is a glitch no one knew about until years later, it didn't matter. You couldn't do anything with swordless Link. But as Adult Link, oh no, there's like a whole ocean for you. There's a lot of side effects that open up because of having a blank B button. It's all related to this horse. Normally, you're supposed to be able to use a bow on the horse. But now I'm using my hook shot, which you're not supposed to be able to do. Not just that, I can use the ocarina. Well, that's weird. Which allows me now to move around with the horse and Link independently. They're both doing their own things. I press the A button, I get back on Epona. You can still use your bow in this state. Thankfully that works normally. But I can also have a hammer. I can also have a stick. Doesn't do anything. I can pull out a bomb, but I can't use it. And I'm invincible on Epona, so that doesn't hurt me. Same for a bomb shoe. I can equip an unequipped mask, which doesn't really matter. Same for the boots. Lens of Truth. Again, you can use or not use, but Lens of Truth is pretty worthless. I've never tried Boomerang, though. Oh, okay. So you can use it, but the game doesn't let you target. So if I do this, I have the most annoying sound effect in the world. It's the fastest cancel sound effect you would ever hear. Yeah, JP 1.0, I believe. I think it's just 1.0 in general, but yeah, you can save and quit, and it keeps you swordless, which is another way to get blank A. It's a big side effect, but if you do that, I think it's hard to get your sword back. Because if you save and quit without a sword as a child, it actually deletes it. So you don't usually want to save and quit without a sword, because it then becomes impossible to get. I believe with Adult Link, it's okay, because you can get it back by going in the final battle. But with child, it's really bad. Also, you pull out your, like, bottled item, like, immediately. You can dump fish and bugs, though, and I think you can drink potions on the back of Epona. Let me give myself a potion, just to test that. I love being on the floor. That still counts as a fish. That's bad. I have to re-equip the thing in question. Yeah, so I drink it, and it kicks me off the horse, so it's the same side effect. And I love getting on the horse while not being anywhere near it. It's great. You can do this swordless Link thing as well if you steal the fishing rod. It's just much harder to do. So most people experimented with this swordless Link Epona glitch from the final battle specifically. Because it's very easy to do ocarina items to get out. It's just a lot of setup though, that's the only problem. Now notice, I'm trying to use my hookshot, it's not working. Sometimes it just doesn't work on the back of Epona, surprisingly. And then other times this happens, where it just bugs out beyond belief. Gee, it's like you're not supposed to use this item on the back of a horse or something. There you go, now it's working. So now I just grabbed onto that point. If I get off the horse, I'm still hooked on. And now, we fly. And that is a soft lock. Can't do anything. Which is funny, because this is kind of like a precursor to remote hookshot, which is a glitch you can do in Majora's Mask. Same kind of principle. You just do it by drinking milk, and this actually allows you to fly around. But in this version, that doesn't exist, unfortunately, so you try that kind of a glitch, and you break your game. Thankfully, because I'm playing on a version that has debug stuff. I can kind of fix it. I think also if I unequip... No, it does not fix that, so I can just leave. This is so dumb. It's getting longer. Look at my long hookshot, buddy. Question is, I don't know if loading zones will work in this state. I don't think you can go out. Oh no, they do. They do. Okay, so that fixes it. One more thing I want to do in this state. I want to grab my horse. And now I'm going to warp somewhere. I'm going to warp out of here into Lake Hylia. Mind you, I'm still in the back of Epona while I'm doing this warp. So now Epona just ain't here. Where'd my horse go? Horse, come back. Horse is still there. It's just something that, yeah, if Epona is here specifically and you warp, yeah, needless to say, it just doesn't do anything. So I'm gonna fix this state now by putting back on a sword, and by equipping a sword, now that fixes the state. So I can now just only use bow. I can't use any matter items. Fun fact, I'm gonna do that warp thing again. If I can wedge Epona into this area, it's a little awkward to do. I can't remember if I do it from like the side like this. Maybe it's from left to right. Hang on, let me go back a little bit more. Let me pull up collision view so I can see exactly where I'm going. Because I'm trying to wedge Link into that green section with Epona, which is very possible to do, but it's a little precise. This is the last thing I'm going to be doing in this file before I get to my little surprise for you guys. Because I still have one more challenge left to do in this actual challenge run, surprisingly. I just want to show this while we're here. Okay, there you go. So I wedged Epona into the loading zone by doing an A press, because that forced her to move forward a bit. So now the game technically thinks I'm still on Epona, but I'm not. I'm in a whole different area. So let's warp again. This time with Serenade, once again to go back to Lake Hylia. Oh. So now that glitch we did before for Swordless Link, yeah, here's how you can also trigger a similar glitch. We're in the floor, technically. Great. You can get down. But notice how you're doing that. Link's now invisible. So the game never expected you to be able to warp with Epona, so this happens. It doesn't load your model correctly, it'll just load Epona. If I can turn on my own collision, you don't even see my collision. You can see Epona's, but not me. I'm just completely invisible. See, even doing the debug stuff, I go back to where Epona is, but I'm not there. Weird, isn't it? And I don't think you can leave in this state. I think you're stuck like this until you warp out again. Yeah, Legend of Epona. Yeah, exactly. I don't even think I can get hit. Yeah, no, enemies see me, but they can't hit me. I literally can't interact with anything. Although my hammer, you can kind of see. And I use the bow, and it takes me way back over to Epona, which is a fun... Oh, wow, the little dimming effects still work for a second. It's a fun little trick I can do, because I can go to the other side of Lake Hylia here, pull up my bow, boom, back. Let it go, come back over here. It's so trippy. I could be the exact opposite end of the map, and I still warp to Epona. It's so fun. I love this little glitch. So this is as far as we can go. Boom, back here. I even fire, but nothing's coming out. And then the game just has to do a whiplash effect. Then I can walk here and it fixes the state. Because now, Epona and me are separate. But Epona's on a place she can't move. So yeah, you can see her way over there now. If I'm over near that pedestal, Epona would just be stuck there indefinitely. But if I call her from this area, it should be fine. Yeah, and then she just teleport over here. So that's all the little fun fact stuff about Ocarina I wanted to show. So now I'm going to reset. I'm going to turn off debug. I'm going to make sure I still got count a house though. I think it's still saved. Because I didn't want to save the no sword state. Oh no, it didn't. Oh. Okay, well pretend I have it here because I'm not doing that part again. Don't worry about it. We have count in the house technically. I'm just not doing the quest again. There's no point. I should also update the final death count for the file because this is the last time I'll need to do that for the file, just for my own sake. Just so I can go back and cry. It's 441 total. There we go. Now you may have noticed I did that to file number 2. Because this is why we're not done. Boss Rush. So if you've seen my Metroid Dread Mode series, where that game was also a one-hit KO and we did everything. We also did the Boss Rush in Dread Mode as well, because that was another thing we had to do for 100% completion purposes. So we're going to run through the boss fights here as well. Here's the stipulation. We can edit this specific boss rush to our liking. We can give ourselves as many hearts as we want, or as little as we want. In one hit KO, this means literally nothing, so I'll just drop it 3. Ammo limited, full, or max just means... Limited just gives you a handful of different ammo pieces in general, and you only have your main set of items, not any optional things you get throughout the game. Full means they'll be filled up to tier 1's level, so like 20 of bombs, for example, max. And max would be the max thing they hold in the game. So now you got the biggest bomb bag, so it's 40 max. I'm going to leave it there on maxed. Healing does not matter, but normally, for one-hit KO purposes, this would be moot. But normally, you can heal between every boss fight, not at all, or before Ganondorf. We can't heal, so there's no point. I'm not touching this for one-hit KO. I will show hyper bosses after, but I'm not doing it for one hit KO. It would be impossible. But hyper bosses, if you see me play through the Ultimate Trial ROM hack last year, this is very similar to the boss rush in that game, where they're way more aggressive. So I'm not turning it on. Magic single, double, again, just with the magic meter. Big Goron sword, yes or no. Bottles, empty, fairies, red potion, green potion. I'm gonna just turn on bottle to empty, just so I can have a bottle in my inventory. Long shot, yes or no, this doesn't really matter. Hovers, yes or no, doesn't matter. Bunny, yes or no. All that doesn't really matter. I'll turn it on. And you can have on or off a timer, but we will have a timer on. The most important part is how many bosses you fight. You can just fight the child bosses, just the adult bosses, or just the final boss with Ganondorf and Ganon. We're doing them all. And this is what you have for the whole boss rush. That is it. You have sticks, nuts, bombs, slingshot, boomerang, 1 bottle, lens of truth, and that's it for what child can use. And then the bow, hookshot or long shot, depending which setting you turned on, megaton hammer, and light arrows. That is it. They also give you Bunny Hood here if you have that setting on. And you do have just your basic equipment here. They thankfully give you the Goron Tunic for this, but no Zora Tunic. And you have one strength upgrade, just the Goron Bracelet, and that's for the King Dodongo fight exclusively. Alright, here we go. We can pick our bosses in any order, as you can see by the light. And this will change for adult as well. But right now, we're going to start in chronological order. So if I go to the forest side, we will fight the first boss of the game, Goma. Here is hoping we don't have too many problems, and I have to say it that way because of how this series is going. But if I fail at any of these bosses, I have to start the entire boss rush from the very beginning. So ideally, I don't want to die. That's a lot of game. Well, thankfully Goma's a joke, so that one I'm not worried about at all. Easiest boss in the whole game, flat out. So the timer is interesting. It actually only plays when you're fighting the bosses, so in between boss fights it won't go. Cutscenes it pauses on. It's just raw boss gameplay it's being tracked. So if you want to do an actual like RTA run of this, have your own timer in the background. This is kind of like the equivalent when you see a speedrunner have like no loads timers, which just pauses the timer during load screens and then plays during actual gameplay. Just to see how long you take just for actual gaming. Imagine doing that for a Sonic 06 speedrun. No loads would be like you save an hour on your splits. Open wide. Being careful, any hit here will instantly screw me. So as you can imagine, I'm going to do the quick kills for every single one of these bosses. We fought them all normally in the main run. Fought them the easy way in the Master Quest run, but that's because of the fact that we fought them twice to begin with. So I'm doing the quick kill for all these. The one exception to that rule was the Morpho fight. Master Quest was harder because I did the no hookshot method. I am not fighting Morpho without the hookshot again. No reason to do that this time. Alright, let me figure out my equips now since I'm in the middle of fights. So I want this. Did I go have Boomerang on that button? Yeah, it should be fine. It's funny I put on Bunny Hood. I'm not using it at all. I just have it there just because I wanted it. The boss rooms are so small, you don't really need the speed bump. In fact, it might make certain fights a little too easy if you can outrun everything. Alright, this is going to be our hardest boss fight probably for almost the whole run. Like, this is one of the worst bosses to fight, period, without taking a hit. There's so much going on. How did I hit that tentacle? It's beyond me. Oh, too early. Crap. Okay, this is bad. Just keep on dodging. Okay, that's actually not that bad. I thought that was gonna be way worse. Thankfully, rolling in this boss does not count as damage, so I can do that and be safe. Notice there's no pots in this room, by the way. You're not healing in this boss rush unless the game itself is set up so you can. Like, for example, healing between the fight setting being on, or you have a red potion. Or fairy. This boss rush does not hold back. At all. Alright, but that's it for Child. This area's cutscene to leave is also very weird when you don't have Rudo. It just looks so stiff. Alright, so by default they equip the Goron tunic for you. So let's start with the first boss you're supposed to actually start with for Adult Link. Just Phantom Ganon. Wait, can I? Oh, I just thought of this. Yeah, let's go! Alright, unintended side effect, let's go! So having Bunny Hood on actually was the play after all. So normally I wouldn't use Bunny Hood for equip swaps, but here we are. I think I could have still used the bow, or maybe even light arrows for the same thing, so it wouldn't have mattered. But I want Boomerang just to cheese phase 2 of Phantom Ganon. Just to make my life easier. I won't do Infinite Sword Glitch, that's the one thing I'll ban. But everything else is free game. Might not even be a guarantee to actually hit Phantom Ganon, to be fair. Might make the fight harder, not easier. There, good. Because in case you didn't know that fun fact, we showed it when we were here fighting Phantom Ganon, I believe in Master Quest. But he does actually react to the boomerang. He will always twirl his staff when shooting a projectile, but the boomerang goes through the staff, so it can still hit Phantom Ganon. It's the only projectile that actually hit him. Everything else he blocks. Now, look at my equips now, because it makes sense to do that in between fights. So I need... I'll put that there. I can't do Bomb Chew strat for this fight, sadly, coming up, but I can do at least Bomb strats to hurt. Even though I have Big Goron on, I think I'll leave it as Master Sword just for this run. It does make certain bosses a little too fast. And I'm not going to do the quick kill for Bongo Bongo, because if I fail that, I'm just screwed. The fight legitimately doesn't work if you miss the hit on Bongo Bongo, if you do the quick kill. And I do miss that half the time because I'm not the best at the quick kill. So I'm just gonna play that one safe. I've already showed the quick kill in the series anyways, and it makes it too easy of a fight. So I think it's 10 explosives. If I drop in the first hole, it's 10 bombs, and then I can hit the head to insta-kill Vavagia. I think that's how it works. It's not working. May have to do this legit. That's fine. I'd rather play it safe than do it legitimately. I still have ways to make the fight easier. Alright, this should be the phase where Vavagia is just shooting down rocks from the ceiling. Yeah, they're going in the sky, so I gotta wait here for a while. Thankfully, being on this little side pillar for whatever reason is safe. Because the rocks don't come close enough to hit you here. You can tell I've lapped out these fights a lot because I've fought these bosses a lot over the years, but Ultimate Trial really prepared me for a boss rush. Dude, are you kidding me? How'd that hit? I want to ref on that hitbox. That thing was massive. So notice how it says continue playing, no or no. Gee, the options. There's so many options here. I'm not gonna hit no or no right now because I just want to show this. Timer still plays. It's not supposed to. But let me heal myself really quick. I gotta use a cheat for that. Or can I do it with the save editor, actually? Yeah, I can do it with this. Joke's on you, I'm still alive, baby. But I can't save my game. The save prompt's disabled no matter what. So don't worry, this is not gonna count as a natural death. I'm not gonna count that for very obvious reasons. We already died in the trial. No save, no matter what you do. Boss Rush doesn't have an actual save. We're starting over from the beginning every time we fail, by the way. I'm gonna do this all in one go. I just gotta be really careful on Fafagia, the one that hitbox is that massive. Even with skip cutscene on, by the way, that doesn't affect anything in Boss Rush. These bosses, you have to still watch their intros like this every time. That's how they actually work. If you skip these cutscenes, the bosses just don't work. So skip cutscene on or off in the settings doesn't do anything for Boss Rush. It also doesn't make a save file. Notice we have to keep on selecting Boss Rush every time in the main menu. So that's another quirk. Yeah, these groups are fine. Gonna take a little bit to get back to the fight we ended on, but shouldn't be that bad. It's like maybe 5 minutes tops. This is our last trial for this one-hit KO series, which is actually cool. We can do a boss rush here with the chip port of Ocarina on PC because you can do boss rush in 3D. Ocarina of Time 3D actually has this as a native feature. If you go back to Link's bed in Link's house, it actually has an interact option on it now in the 3D version of the game. So by doing that, you can actually have a real boss rush inside of Ocarina of Time. Whether you fight the bosses individually or an actual like full-on boss rush mode. It's a really cool addition to Ocarina 3D I do wish was in the standard game, and thankfully it is because of the PC port. Seriously, man, I have to give like a massive shout out in general for the devs who put together Ship of Arcadian here, the unofficial PC port of Ocarina of Time, and just everyone who worked on reverse engineering everything about Ocarina of Time's source code. Like, Ocarina Decomp was so massive for this game because it opened a world of possibilities between this PC port and then also just all the cool stuff we've seen in ROM hacks now. It's amazing. By far, this is like the definitive way of playing the original Ocarina of Time's PC version. I said that many times during the series, but it really goes to repeat again. You got motion control support with gyro controllers. You got a plethora of different options, a randomizer built in. You can swap between the standard game and the Master Quest dungeon, boss rush mode, higher frame rate, higher fidelity, widescreen. Everything you want is here. It even has mod support. I've seen a mod of someone actually modding in Pikmin to this game. I'm not even kidding. You can play Pikmin inside of Ocarina of Time. There's also a mod I've seen that adds in like the Tears of the Kingdom fusion mechanic. So you can also use fusion items in this too, which is sick. I want to try the mods at some point for this. Just to see like what the modding community has already done with this PC port. Let me in. Just let me in. Oh, I did not mean to do that. And that almost cost me my life. go. Child stuff done. I'm getting a lot of flashbacks to doing the Dread mode boss rush and Metroid Dread. That was torture. I don't remember, how long was I on that? Was that almost an hour? It was fast paced, but it was still lots of deaths, what I remember. That series was crazy just because of how many things killed me in just very fast ways. You blink and you died in that game. Before I go anywhere else. Have that on just for safety. I thankfully don't have to wait for Phantom Ganon to fully come out of the painting to shoot him. Once he opens that portal, he has a hitbox. I'm just gonna wait until that portal opens and immediately just hit him. Wow, that's convenient. Thanks, buddy. Same painting. Nice boomerang throw. I love when it just randomly goes straight up in the air. Dude, just hit him. Come on. So close. There you go. A little awkward where half of those boomerang throws just completely whiffed. I don't like the boomerang in this game too much just because of that fact alone. You throw it, sometimes it goes straight, sometimes it just goes straight up. Who knows why? Boomerang's a little bugged in the original Ocarina of Time. Fancy that, a bug in this game? Who would have guessed? Game's full of bugs. Alright, that should set me up for the next 2 boss fights. Did I beat the boss rush in Dread? Yeah. No, we did do the entire boss rush in Metroid Dread, and we got it complete in Dread mode. I remember doing that. It just took a while. Because if I'm not mistaken, it did unlock like one more thing in concept art. Or like another setting in the main game, I can't remember. But it did unlock something. So I pushed to actually beat it. I remember by the time we finished everything in Metroid Dread, we were in the same situation that we'll be once I finish the boss rush here. No stone was left unturned. I'm still not counting fishing for this because that's just... It's extremely time consuming for really no payout. We even seen the Hylian Loach actually in the pond, so it's not like we didn't see it. Notice how I wasn't trusting the hitbox there, because that firehead was a little too close to Link, I'm just saying. I'm not going to go under this time. I'm actually going to see if I can hit Vavagia a couple times with arrows. Because I don't really need arrows outside of Bongo Bongo. So I can get away with a couple wasted. That should speed up the fight a little bit too. I think one more set of hits on Vavagia. Yeah, notice now I can't hit Vavagia at all, so best to wait this one out. Thankfully, all the rocks are way on the other side of the room. with Vavagia. Don't even bother. That's way too far. I won't get there in time. The flames don't reach me either. I think that means Vavagia goes back in the sky, though. Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna chill here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Vavagia alternates between flying around and then flying into the air for the rocks. So I was just in the flying around stage. Almost missed that because of that stupid camera angle. Because that was the final hit. I would have been very mad dying here a second time for something out of my control. Yeah, hanging on the ledge. I don't understand why that works. Like, realistically, what they could have done in this fight, because I have some time, they could have kept the center platform here that you jump to get to the fight, and make you climb onto the platform next to the boss door. But the fact that all of this wall is climbable is a funny solution instead to get you to the center of the arena. It's kind of goofy, but I love it. Plus, it actually does make the fight easier. As you've seen, you can avoid all the attacks of Vavagia flying in the air and force him back in the hole. Where's it a her? I don't know if they ever classified the gender of Vavagia. I thought Vavagia was a she because of what the manga demonstrated, because manga kind of clarifies more stuff with this game. I haven't read it myself, though. Oh, I almost got the quick grab. But now with a cutscene, you can actually grab Morpho immediately here. I don't like that. I'm just gonna play this one a little safer. Bait the tentacle this way, because again, that was a really bad little stun phase for me. Oh, that missed. No. Okay. I guess we're doing no Salt Morphle, huh? No, we're not doing that. I just didn't mean to fall. Dude, this Morpho's like terrible right now. Like, what is this boss pattern? There you go. See, I don't know what the heck happened with the first attack. One of my sword slashes, I think, missed, and that's the reason why that whole fight became a mess. I was really worried at one point that when Morpho was running back towards the main pool of water, I was going to get clipped. And if that happened, I would have been really upset. Because that would have been so dumb for one sword slash miss, causing an unintentional death. Could have happened. Thankfully, it didn't. Alright, now after this, we just have 2 more bosses, and then we get the Ganon. I have enough arrows, I should be fine on Bongo, so. At this point, I don't need to equip anything else. The only other thing I should equip is probably a bottle. So I can have that ready for the actual Ganon fight. And I also do need light arrows, but I'll take care of that later. So we're going with our dungeon order, because now it doesn't matter, Spirit or Shadow. We went through both dungeons, and both dungeons are interchangeable in the order. So you pick whichever one. I pick my actual story order. I do like the idea with this boss rush. You can pick any boss, because the 3D boss rush, you have to fight them in the order I'm doing it. What? Hello? I got a question. How did that not hit the eye? How? That's never happened before. It went through the eyeball. I'm mad. Why did that miss? Okay, I guess we do this again. I legit don't understand what happened. If someone can explain that to me, I would appreciate it. Very confused on that one. Maybe I should use hookshot instead, just because I don't trust now my bow and arrow. I have trust issues. I thought I missed a nut for a second there, so I thought Golem was gonna leave me. I don't want that to happen. I kinda wanna get this boss fight done in under 20 seconds. That would be preferred. When I have to fight so many bosses to see the same cutscenes over and over again, I would like to do what I can. Oh, I just remembered something. Hang on, while I'm going through. Fixed credit timing PAL? Oh, maybe that's why that doesn't work for this now. I'm not using the PAL release, so that's why the credits are borked. Ooh, I did not know that. So I can't fix the credit timing in this version. I'm now patching with a US ROM. Which really, there's no difference of patching this version of ship with any Ocarina release now. You just want to have a standard versions release and the Master Quest release, so you can have all the features available. That's it. Doesn't matter the version. It can be 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, GameCube, US, Japanese PAL. It does not matter. You can use literally anything. Originally, this was just PAL only patching, which thankfully didn't actually change the frame rate. Imagine playing this game in 15 frames. Ugh. I feel bad for all my PAL friends out there having to play this game at 15 FPS. It made the game really slow. I think I tried years ago on an emulator. I think I tried the PAL release of Ocarina of Time because I didn't know there was a frame rate difference between territories for years. And I was wondering, why is this so slow? Is my copy borked or is it the emulator? I wasn't sure. And I learned years later, TVs ran at a different refresh rate in Europe compared to like North America and even Japan. And that caused games to run slower because of the 10 frame difference. Or in the case of this game, 5 frames. From what I understand nowadays, it doesn't matter about a region game you get, because it all runs the same. US, European, Japanese, they all run the same refresh now. It might just be regional difference. You would see different in-a-game code, that's it. But thankfully, the games all run the exact same. Get away from me. Oh, I missed. Now I gotta do this again. Let me in. This is the embodiment of the let me in meme. I'm the guy at the fence, screaming for my life. That's what I expected at some point fighting this boss. And I will not quit. I will win. I'm just gonna be here for a while. That's probably what it's gonna be. I really hope not, because I don't want to be on this for way too long. I expected about an hour for a boss rush, hence why I tried to at least get the game cleared by 10, my time. Kinda worked out, kinda not, because I wanted to show off that extra stuff. But this is our final session. No matter if we win the boss rush or not, I'll still be saying this is the final session. I'm gonna push for finishing it, but if I don't, I might make a little addendum to like the VOD just to show off the rest of it or something, I don't know. Because we've seen all these bosses before. This is just our last challenge. I almost feel like it might be easier if I swap to the GameCube controller for this, but I committed for the entire adventure on a Pro controller, so I'm gonna continue playing with the Switch Pro controller. Not my preferred way of playing this, as I mentioned before. The lack of notches on the analog stick is the real killer for me. Because those notches, man, like, why did we stop making those on controllers, by the way? I don't understand why we took that feature away from our control sticks. Because now walking in a straight line is impossible. I've noticed that even on modern games. I'm always walking around like a drunken guy coming out of a bar because I can't hold straight up. Oh, I touched the fire for a second. That was scary. Oh, God. I'm surprised it didn't take damage, because that instantly hurts me right now. I don't have Goron Tunic on. Chat, what's an easier boss in your opinion? King Dodongo or Goma? It's like the scale. Which one's more of a joke? Sometimes I flip-flop between the two. And right now, it kind of feels like King Dodongo. Although you can beat Goma way faster. Goma, yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, to be fair, it's also the first boss in the game, so it's supposed to be easy. But I do feel like this boss should be harder for the second one you fight. And it's not. That kind of feels backwards. I still remember in the Ultimate Trial ROM hack we played last year on stream, I still remember that boss fight, specifically Goma, really throwing me for a loop in that ROM hack because of just how much faster it was and just how much more aggressive Goma got. This is the first time I actually stuck with Goma since I was a kid. Because Goma's an easy boss fight, and then like, oh my 100% turn up rate on that speed. Alright, good. I got it first try. Dude, I thought one of the jellyfish were still alive. The boss didn't get out of the floor, which normally tells me there's a jellyfish. Now I'm just being trolled. I feel like I should be starting with the bosses that give me the most crap, to be fair, but I want to do it in my actual playthrough order. So I started with Goma. I'm starting with Goma. I end on Ganon. Which, to be fair, you can't end on any other boss but Ganon, but still! I want to do it with my own ordering. Problem is, I also want to have conversations with chat right now about a bunch of stuff, but I'm also so focused because I don't want to die and redo 10 minutes of boss fights. It's kind of that double-edged sword as a streamer. It's always hard to keep a conversation going for a long period when you're also focusing on a game that you're trying to play at a high level, or at least at an entertaining level in cases. Right now I need a high level so I don't die. That's my own fault. Did not mean to slash there. Oops, doesn't matter. I wasted a second. Oh no, my speedrun's ruined. Hit reset. Realistically, I don't care how much time it takes to finish this on like the actual in-game timer, because that's not gonna really be the accomplishment. The accomplishment's actually getting through here without dying. Thankfully, this boss fight rush specifically skips the tower collapse sequence, so I don't have to worry about that. I could just go from Ganondorf to Ganon. If I remember correctly on the 3D's version of boss rush, I don't even think you fight Ganon at all in that. I can't remember. I have footage of it. So I'm just gonna look at that. It's been years since I've played through the Ocarina 3D boss rush, which I'm trying to find the video in the YouTube dashboard, seems to be a real pain. Okay, here we go. I found my video from 2018. Hard to believe it was that long ago since I last covered Ocarina on my channel. Yeah, no, the bosses you fight in the 3D version, it starts with Goma and then it ends with Twin Rova. So you're only fighting the bosses from the main dungeons, so it's 8 in total. You don't fight the final boss at all. No Ganon, no Ganondorf. They just completely skip that in their boss rush. Which is a little sad, because they are bosses you fight. And I think the game does save once you beat the final boss in the 3D version of Ocarina, so I don't know why they're not in the boss rush. Kind of a weird omission. Too close for comfort again. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. We got more than enough sticks, I can waste them. Because I had set the max for a reason. I just don't want to be thinking about ammo count when I have to worry about stubbing my toe and having a heart attack. AKA death. I'm half tempted just to go straight to Bongo because I don't trust that stupid hitbox, but I'm not going to. We're doing it in our standard order, so next up is Phantom Ganon. I do think the hardest boss for me to probably go through with this rule set will be Twin Rova. But if I remember correctly in this boss rush, because I've done this once before on PC, just to see how it works, I believe they skip the Iron Knuckle section of that fight because it's pointless. And that's even the case with the 3D version as well. I think you just skip it. They just go into the actual Twin Rova section. You don't do the mini boss, 'cause why? There's no point. I'm looking back at my footage now just to confirm that. And yeah, the 3D's version of Boss Rush just throws you straight into Twin Rova Phase 1, just the two Witch Sisters. They don't even bother with the Iron Knuckle there too. I believe for the most part this Boss Rush mode was themed after the 3D version. It's just they had the final boss as one extra. Gee, I wonder which one's real. That one. Where are you going? Get back here. I need you to hit Phantom Ganon, not go on a casual stroll down the portrait lane. Come on, Boomerang, hit the boss. Like, I swear, the Boomerang works when it feels like it. There you go. Might actually be better to do the rallies. But I don't want to take the risk of being hit. Thank you. Are you heading out? Well, thanks for the congrats on that one, Matt. I appreciate it. But yeah, you have a good rest of your night. And have a good day at work tomorrow. Dude, what is it, the time? 3:13:3? 3 threes in a row, baby. I do appreciate that the boss rush just auto-equips all the stuff you would actually need for these bosses. So having Goron Tunicon for Vavagia, Mirror Shield for Twin Rova, like that stuff is nice just to have auto-equipped. Saves you a menu. You don't need anything else realistically equipped. Like hover boots, just put them on when you need them. We've shown why having them on at all times throughout this playthrough is a bad idea. Having a traction of ice 24/7 is not comfortable. I'm so glad it doesn't count as a damage thing in the beginning, by the way. Because I get hit with fire in that cutscene, and that should count as a hit. But cutscenes, you don't get hit. Alright, let's see if we can be a master marksman here. Alright, that's a lot of hits. That's pretty good. We might be able to get 2 cycles out of Avaja now, and that's it. Not 3. Yeah, so now I just do the rock cycle. And this one, I can't really do anything about the damage. I think Avaja's 1 hit away with a jump slash. I'll just wait it out. Please be close. That's good enough. I would like for Avaja to be a little closer, but this works. So far, just shy of 5 minutes in the boss rush. It's not a bad time. I'm more worried about the next set of fights. If I'm better with Morphle this time, that shouldn't take more than a minute. I might do some extra hookshot shots on the core just to make sure it doesn't go back in the water. And just wait this out because that blue warp doesn't become available immediately. I've actually stood in the blue warp before and took damage because it doesn't fully load and you're just standing in lava. Even though with the Goron tunic you don't take immediate damage, you still take it after like, what, a second, 2 seconds tops, something like that. I think it's like every second you'll take damage in lava. And spikes, because they're the same damage table. Oh, that was really terrible with that, so I didn't even try a good quick grab. It's fine. There you go. That's how Morphle should have went the first time we fought this core. That was easy. Just had to stun it 1 extra time before I start slashing. So that was like a 20-second boss fight, tops. This boss fight is probably the fastest in the game, right next to Goma. Honestly, I think Goma's faster. Because that's about 19 seconds if you're fast, with the stabs and the nuts. And even getting in the arena, you can move a little fast. You take out that part of the movement, just the raw fight itself, it's like a 10-second fight. Yeah, Goma's faster. I have to do the math in my head. Alright, even though I don't need them, I'll put the hover boots on a D-pad, just in case. Wow, what a camera. It's probably because of how fast the cutscenes are playing. They're not being skipped, they still have to play. And that's probably messing up my camera angles. Holy crap, that was fast! Okay, I thought I was getting clipped. I'm being very careful right now because I just don't want to take a random hit like that. Wow, nice fist. Oh man, you can't really attack the fists when it's balled up like that with the arrows, and that's my problem, because that's the only way to stun the fist. Or the hand in general. That sucked, man. That really sucked. Ideally, if I can, I hit the core body of Bongo, turn off the Lens of Truth, and just do a bunch of quick spins, because quick spins will constantly attack the eye, and it should stun the boss indefinitely. I was thinking of just doing some crouch stabs, but I don't think that's that great of an idea. Okay, I thought for a second I was not going to be able to do the quick kill here, because one of my stabs just didn't hit for some reason. I think it was a little too fast in the draw. It's so weird to do these boss fights and not see a heart container drop. I'm just used to that. Even for our challenge run, we still saw a heart container. Fun fact about heart container drops in these boss fights, it's not even about Ocarina of Time. In Link to the Past, in order for the main collectible to spawn after you defeat a boss, whether it be a pendant or a crystal, you need to collect the heart container the boss drops. Because if you don't collect the heart container, then the pendant or crystal doesn't spawn in the room, which you need to collect to leave and continue your game. From my knowledge, I don't think it's possible to do a 3-heart run of Link to the Past, just because of that quirk. You have to grab the heart containers just to make any story progression. So you'd probably have to do like a stipulation thing there, like maybe with a randomizer, set it to be like junk items and just take heart containers out of the pool entirely or something. There's no way to do it without modifying the code. If you're just playing the raw game, vanilla code, no cheats, it's impossible to do a 3-heart run. But I thought of that years ago. Like, what Zelda games can you do a 3-heart run of? And Link to the Past is sadly one of the very few you can. I think pretty much every other game you can. I can't think of another one off the top of my head that forces you to also get a heart container just to continue the story. It's very rare. There are even games that flat out let you miss the heart container, and if you come back to the boss room, it's not there, but they can spawn in later. Like, I know there was a heart container in Skyward Sword where it was in the first dungeon when you fight God, what was the guy's name again? It's been so many years since I last played it. It was the funny character everyone loves, essentially. I can't remember his name right now because it's so late too. Either way, the first boss fight, it drops a heart container, but you can skip it. And if you do, coming back into that dungeon later, the boss room now has enemies for you to fight. When you beat all the enemies, then it will spawn the heart container again. So it's not there by default. You have to do some work to get it. But it does reappear later. I thought that was neat. I hate so much after you get rid of the second set of jellyfish on Marinade, you can't Z-target the boss immediately, and that's throwing me off every time. Keep on almost running into the boss's attacks because of that. It did get me killed once already, so I can't even say one of these days that'll get me killed, because that happened. Okay, now it's bugging me, because I'm just blanking on the guy's name. It's a main character, too. Giraham, that's who it was. Man, I cannot remember the guy's name for the life of me. Probably doesn't help. I've been going for over 4 hours now with this challenge run. Trying to focus so much on just not dying, so my brain is just blanking on certain things. That is fair after you stream for 4 hours and have very... Now I gotta focus again because of a quip swap. There we go. And have a very hard challenge specifically that you can't mess up on. This definitely takes a lot of attention. I am hoping, looking at our death counter now, we should be able to keep this under 500 easily. My goal, if I can get this done soon enough, is under 450. We are 4 away from the 450 mark, and if I can keep it under that number, I'll be happy. If I can't, well, under 500 is the next goal. Gotta keep on bumping it up. How the heck did that clip his foot? Alright, we take those. I'm realizing now if the boomerang doesn't stun Phantom Ganon and he does one of his light projectiles, just go for it. It's very risky to do that because the worst case scenario is I get hit and I die. But if I don't get hit, it actually makes the fight go by pretty fast. And that is a good idea to try to go for. It's just a little risky, but at this point, we've been here for a while. I think risks are a little bit worth taking. I could also make this a little bit easier by now keep on clearing the child stuff. I can give myself a handicap and just start with the adult bosses only, but I don't want to do that. I want to do the entire boss rush in one go. Because if I remember correctly, I don't think if you do child only or adult only, I don't think it has you fight Ganon and Ganondorf at all. I think if you do adult only, it might skip those fights. I can't remember. I don't normally do adult only. If I'm doing a boss rush, it's all or nothing. Mind you, I rarely do boss rushes in games because it's not really the best mode. Like, I like this mode, don't get me wrong. But it's also one of those situations where, yeah, you don't really need to revisit boss fights all the time. It's fun for maybe like a once in a while thing. You haven't fought the bosses in a while. You want to see if you can still fight them and know their patterns. But if I'm coming back to play the game, I'm usually coming back to play the whole thing. Or maybe like certain levels, not boss fights. That goes for pretty much any video game period, not just Ocarina. I might also, just for the sake of time, I might also allow me to use Big Goron Sword here soon. It does more damage. It would speed up the fights. I'm trying to avoid it, because it makes certain fights a little too easy. Like this fight, I can skip a whole cycle. Alright, now I can't do anything for Vivaggia, so I'll just let the attack go and wait this out. I did hit Vivaggia's head an extra time, so I'm hoping that might have put Vivaggia's health low enough that I could just finish it in one cycle. I might need one more cycle. The stipulation of this fight is I have to kill Vivaggia when they're on the ground. It can't be when it's in the air. Whoa, why are you here? Oh, okay, I think it was one hit away from death then. Because normally, the closer Vivaggia is to death, that's when that happens. Oh man, so I think that was one hit away, because that meant they're popping their head in an extra hole. Alright, I think just for the sake of time, because I've been here for too long at this point, I'm gonna give myself one extra handicap. Let me use the Big Goron Sword. Anything goes in this fight. I've been trying to avoid it, but I think at this point, just for the sake of time, I'm going to let myself use the Big Goron. It won't change the fights, it'll just make them faster. Outside of Vivaggia, it will change that fight a little bit. But I think skipping one extra phase should be fine. Our rule set allowed us to unlock it anyways, because I had the 100% the game. That's why I let myself have maxed items. Are you kidding me? Really? The nut missed. It would actually be faster just to reset. At this point, I'd rather not do the climbing phase. I'm not counting as a death, because I didn't see the game over screen. I just don't know how my... That's right, when you reset, it resets all your settings, because now I have nothing. There, that's all my stuff back. Now it probably would have been faster just shooting down Goma from the ceiling. I don't know how that one nut missed. Normally the timing for this, to stun Goma immediately after a hit, is you slash and immediately use a Deku Nut. And I did that, but it missed. I've done this like, what, 10 times in a row, and that's the first time that's missed? That's why I'm confused. It's very consistent. Yeah, see, same thing I just did earlier. I don't know how the nut missed. And this time it didn't. That's so weird. I will say one little quirk about this room is probably because of the volume output. One of those blue warps was really loud in my ear for a second. That sounded like it peaked because it sounded extremely distorted for like a second. I am playing with the game set at master volume at 100%, so it is pretty loud. Which is funny because this newer version defaulted it to 40, which actually made it too quiet. It screwed up my audio settings for stream. I'll bump it back up to 100%. What I like one thing in this PC version specifically is you can mess with any sound parameter you want. Because in the console versions of Ocarina, even the 3D version, all you can change is how it outputs sound, like between stereo, mono, and surround. That's it. You can't actually adjust or lower volume. Let me show it. You can adjust the master volume, which is everything, but you can adjust the music, sub-music, which I don't know what music and sub-music means. I don't think they specify. I think one of them is like main gameplay music, and then sub-music is when you get close to an enemy or something. Fanfare volume, like what we're hearing now for beating the boss, and sound effect volume. All of those you can tweak, so turn down the sound effect, now you don't hear the blue warp at all. I put it here 30%, and you can hear it, but it's extremely quiet. It's really cool that you can adjust things individually like that. And they even added an option here for the audio API now in case you're having a problem with it, which is nice, because more options the better. I do believe the PC port right now of Majora's Mask does not have individual volume sliders yet. The PC port of Majora just came out last year, and there's like 2 versions of it, specifically. One that came out because of decomp, so it's Ship 2, like the name of it. And then another one that came out because of the N64 recompilation project stuff. Similar like how Sonic Unleashed got its Unleashed recompiled port earlier in 25 here. So there's like 2 different versions of that port. I don't think either one of them have individual volume sliders. Nice, got it in there. Let's go. If I missed the first time, at least I'm glad I didn't miss the second boomerang attempt. I was gonna miss. Come on, Baronet, get closer. Thank you. What? That's the one time that didn't work? Are you kidding me? How many times I rolled into that boss fight through the entire series, and that didn't kill me? That's the first time that counts as a hitbox. Oh, come on, man. I know what happened. I'm just mad about it. So, Baronet was sticking out of the ground by like 2 inches tops. And because it wasn't fully in the ground yet, rolling into it like that, the hitbox was different. So I probably rolled into the boss before it actually counted for like the iframe roll. It's so dumb. Also, speaking of dumb, I didn't get my jump slash. I didn't hear it. So I have to do a jump slash. Wow, of course. Because of the jump slash alone. Well, so much for me going without 450. Did I count, by the way? I hit the button. I didn't see the death counter update. I'm just checking it over really fast. Oh no, it did. Okay, so this is my last attempt to stay under 450. See, I swear, sometimes I do the diff count on my stream deck and it just doesn't look like it changed. Yeah, I want to jump slash right there. You do 2 rolls and immediately jump slash and it puts you into the Goma cutscene. This is supposed to shut the door. Fun fact, that door doesn't work. The loading zone was taken away for the boss rush. I think all doors technically don't work in this. This is the only door you're able to interact with normally in a boss room. This is why they had to specifically get rid of the A button prompt to open it. So you don't go through the door and actually play the game normally. King Ganon is the other exception to this rule. You can also go through that boss door, but once you drop down into the arena, you can never get into the door. Well, they did the same thing there, I think. They just disabled the door, so you can't use it. We've seen with debug menu, you can leave the boss arenas, but that's the only way you're allowed to leave them. That's why they keep on taking us to the Sacred Realm. The only time you can ever play in the Sacred Realm in Ocarina of Time, boss rush mode. And that's exclusive to the PC port. Because boss rush in Ocarina 3D just has you jump between boss to boss. They don't take you anywhere else. And fun fact about that boss rush is that it actually gives you items at the end of each boss fight that you can pick for the next boss attempt. So you can get like a bottle that has a fairy, or you can pick like a long shot to have a better hook shot to use, or like a quiver upgrade. Like, they give you rewards for clearing the boss, but they make you pick between 2 chests. So you have to pick your reward carefully, and they don't tell you what's in the chests, so you have to just know the reward, which is a little stupid. Thankfully, people documented how the boss rush works in Ocarina 3D, so you can just look it up. So with cheating, you can pick your rewards to make it easier. Yeah, I'm just looking back at my footage of that old video, because again, I haven't done the boss rush in a very long time. Oh no, like the one thing they did actually makes it a little bit easier to figure out what's what. They give you a small chest and a big chest. And each one of those has a unique item in it. Small chests, I think, are like consumables, and the big chests are upgrades. So you can pick between the two. And you cannot pick the other one. You can only get one chest, because the other one opens immediately, making it so you can only get one reward, which is a little unfortunate. You have to be a little careful. But again, there's nothing in the game that tells you what's in the chest, so it is a little bit of a guessing game. Again, you can look it up online. People document the boss rush for Ocarina 3D, so you can tell what chest has what. I just forgot they show big chests and small chests for whatever reason, but it tells you nothing, because you don't know what's in the chests. Like, what's the point of making them different sizes if they don't tell you what's in them? There's no way of checking. Alright, child's done again. So now going into the adult section, I'm just going to immediately equip the big Goron sword. Because the only fight that you don't want to use it in is the final fight with Ganon. As we mentioned when we were in that section, it's because of the weakness. Every other weapon just does 1 damage. I will say, I want to do it this attempt, but if I have to do another attempt after this, I might have to take us like a quick 1 or 2 minute break, just so I can get up for a moment. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but hey, if it does, it does. Just giving people a heads up now. There we go. I think I have to be like almost in the white circle specifically for that to count for Phantom. Oh, that's the door I keep on seeing deload. Okay, that's fun. I'm supposed to be able to see that so easily because of the widescreen. I don't know if the rallies are going to be any harder using Big Goron Sword here, so I have to be careful. I'm still going for boomerang strats. So close I can hit him now. Yeah, that was way faster. That just skips the whole rally. Since this sword is doing double the damage of Master Sword, that jump slash normally does 4 damage. This is doing 8. So that just shreds through Phantom Ganon's health bar immediately. To be fair, we were using Deku Stick with the the child fights. So we were doing more damage there. Instead of 2 damage, we were doing 4. So we were double damage in child stuff. Now we're doing double damage for adult. I just keep it even at this point. Not to think of it that way. I was trying to see if I could do this with a big sword, but it's just not happening. That was mainly so I could use my shield. But I could still use the shield with the big sword. Just put it away first. There is technically, if I remember correctly on this version, I don't know if I ever showed this off. Shield two-handed weapon, this is it. I can show it in the Chamber of Sages. You can actually use the Big Goron Sword with your shield in this version. You normally can't do this, but there is a setting on ship here that allows you to do this. Which is neat, because normally, you don't pull out your shield at all, which means you can't defend yourself while attacking enemies. I'm not having that setting on, that's just a little too busted. I'm not gonna lie. That also works for hammer, because I don't know why hammer is not possible to use with a shield. That's kind of stupid. I know it's a heavy weapon, which is why he's two-handing it. But also, it's so small. It doesn't seem like it should be that heavy, I don't know. Like, it makes sense. You say it out loud, especially with the weight, but it's just such a small weapon, I wish it was just a one-hander. Now, Deku Sticks, you got me there. I don't know why Deku Sticks have to be two-handed. Those things are sticks, they're light. Alright, we're still gonna do the projectile strat here, because if we play our cards right, we can completely skip the rock phase. I don't know if I got an extra hit there, but that was a lot of hits. Alright, if I did my math correctly on damage, this should kill. Yeah, there we go. We just completely skipped the rock phase because of how much damage we're doing. Again, Big Goron kind of cheeses a lot of these adult fights. Because if you play your cards right, you can bypass almost entire phases because of the damage. It's insane. That's why I was trying not to use it for a little bit. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna die there for a second. That's what I was talking about earlier. The blue warp doesn't instantly load after you defeat Vivagia, so you're just standing in fire. I could have died because of that, and I would have been really upset. Dying to the end of the boss fight, when there's no actual danger anymore, is embarrassing. But I've done it before. Nope, didn't get it. There. Done. 3 hits. This thing's a joke with the big sword. We didn't even fight this with Big Goron Sword with the corner method. I think I did that for the hookshot that's Morpha, though. Alright, here we go. My favorite fight again. Bongo. I gotta be careful, as a reminder. I can't hit the hands once they're clenched up in a fist, so I have to just book it. But also, the hitbox of the eye is weird, so this is gonna be really tricky. I really hope I don't get screwed over by a bad hitbox again. I'm worried about that so much. Even though I'm not gonna go for the jump slash, I might as well store it in case I need it for something. It doesn't hurt to have. I mean, I'm falling down a pit anyway, so you know, I'm not doing anything else. Alright, that was a lot of damage. Not enough to kill, but enough to make this a little bit safer. That should mean this cycle kills. No! Why? Why does it miss? I honestly don't understand how that misses. It's going through his eye. That is so stupid. I literally don't understand how it's missing. Why? Oh my god, dude. Seriously. Do I just go for the charge spin instead? I don't understand what's happening. Bongo's hitbox is just jank sometimes. I don't understand it. I think I just want to get it over with. So once we get to adult, I think I'm just going straight for Bongo. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You know what, I'm just going through with it. I don't know how my nut missed again. I instantly hit it with the nut, but it didn't count. Boss Rush is now just screwing me over in many ways. It's not that much extra time, it's like 20 seconds extra, but that's still 20 seconds I want back. Oh, the added benefit, I spawned closer to the warp. Whoopee. Doesn't matter when the timer's paused. I did also say I was going to take a break in the middle of one of those attempts, but I'm already in this attempt, so I'm just going to go for it. I can wait a little bit longer anyways. I just need to get up and stretch for a minute, but I can wait another 5 if I had to. So once I get done the next fight, I'm just going straight to Bongo Bongo. Because I'm not trusting that thing's hitbox right now. It's acting very strange for whatever reason when I hit him with the arrows. Sometimes it hits the eye and sometimes it just goes straight through it. So I don't want to take any more risks. It takes me 10 minutes every time if I'm doing it with the native boss order to get back to Bongo Bongo. So for my sanity, I think I should just go straight for the hardest fight right now. It shouldn't be the hardest fight. It's one of the easier ones, but I'm just getting screwed over by jank. I wish this was a place you can actually explore normally in Ocarina of Time, though. Like, I love the idea of Chamber of Sages being used for the boss rush. This is cool. Since this is an actual map that you have to go through for a cutscene, that's why it has actual collision and such. That's why they were able to use it for a boss rush. Well, the fact that we're able to even be here to begin with is really cool. I just wish it was something you can explore normally in the base game. There's nothing there, but it'd still be cool. It didn't hit me. There we go. So that's it for Child, so I'm just going straight to Bongo, as I mentioned. I'm hoping that I don't get screwed by a weird hitbox. I'm almost tempted just to do the quick spin instead. Or not the quick spin, I'll do a charge spin, is what I mean. I'm almost tempted to do that to hit the eye, but if I miss, I get hit with the main body too. That's why it's like, do I do an arrow to the face or a hook shot to the face, or do I just go straight for a spin attack? Both are risky in their own regards, as I've been learning. Also, I might want to go for Twin Rover after this too. Just at this point, do reverse order in this room. I might do that, because I've already got practice for all the other fights. So they're not as much of a problem anymore. The hardest of the other 3 bosses in question here would be Phantom Ganon. Phantom Ganon's the only one I could easily make a mistake and die. I'm not worried about Vivagi as much anymore. Got more practice in that fight. But can I please hit you? I'm just going for the quick spin. Or the standard spin. See, that's how the fight should have went every time. I don't know what was happening with the eye hitbox on Bongo. It just sometimes didn't work. So, that was fun. This is how it should have been from minute 1. I probably would have cleared this way earlier if the hitbox worked correctly. I don't understand, man. I don't understand it. So I think for safety reasons, I should just go straight to Twin Rova. Since I have practice with the other fights, Twin Rova's the only one I haven't done yet in this boss rush, and that's going to be risky. I think it would be a better idea just to go straight for Twin Rova. This is a problem. Why is Impa here? That's not supposed to happen. Hello? That's bugged. Alright. May have a thing to report to the actual Discord for this version of the game. So, when you beat a boss, as we demonstrated with literally every other fight, what's supposed to happen is that the game takes you back into the Chamber of Sages, yes, but it allows you to interact in the Chamber of Sages. Instead, it played the cutscene for beating the boss, which means now it might kick me out. Yep! That shouldn't happen! Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna allow myself a cheat to get back there because this is not supposed to happen. Okay, that's a new one. Where is it? I've never experienced this before. That's why I'm so confused. Oh crap, man, this is so stupid. I have an idea, actually. Maybe this will work. I'm not supposed to have to do this. The boss fight's done. I shouldn't have to go back through the blue warp, but here we are. That's a fun one. I played through all this boss rush with the last version of the game. It was like, what, 8.2? Something like that? It did not do this. Oh no, it's playing the cutscene again. Oh crap. Oh, it's not supposed to do that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Alright, so boss rush is impossible then. That's fun. Why? If someone wants to share this with the devs of Ship of Arcadian, I have a little bug report for you. When you clear the Bongo fight in Boss Rush, it's just taking you to the cutscene in Chamber of Sages and not the actual Chamber of Sages itself for gameplay's sake. So you can't complete Boss Rush anymore. It's just not working. Something tells me One more thing I can try before I just swap entirely now to a different build, because I do have another build I know works. I'm going to go into speed up and just say skip all cutscenes. That's the only other thing I can try, because this shouldn't be kicking me into a cutscene every time. Nice. I'd never done that before. That's funny. Yeah, still playing a cutscene. And I have skip cutscenes on. This should not be playing. So, this is bugged. I unfortunately cannot do the boss rush in this version of the game. It just won't work. So that's stupid. Thankfully, for our sake, I have the previous version of the game I know will work. So we'll just use version 806. That's really stupid, but, you know, it is what it is. I have to do what I have to do. And because of that, I'm going to count that as a death. I'm so mad. It shouldn't have happened. Alright, here we go again. I hope this time it doesn't bug out, because I don't know what else to do if it does. I've completed this boss rush before, so I don't know. I swear, if it's specifically doing Bongo Bongo as your first boss in the boss rush, I'm gonna be very confused on that fact too. It's a very specific situation. That feel when you finally get past the roadblock you've been having for the past couple minutes, and it doesn't even work. Oh man, that's so stupid. That is so stupid. I should be going into Twin Rova and being done with the fight by now, instead of having to do Goma again. So I'm going to try to replicate the exact boss pattern I just did in the 9.0 build. So I'm fighting all the child bosses in order, but then once we go adult, we're fighting Bongo Bongo. That's the only real difference I can see if the glitch happens again after boss rush. I'm playing a different build, but I'm doing the same order to see if the same thing triggers, because that cutscene should not play. The cutscene alone is what breaks boss rush right now. It's not supposed to be playing. Like, do not stand in front of the idiot, because then you will be the idiot. I'm almost half tempted to drop a save state in the middle of this boss rush so we can try to avoid the Bongo Bongo crap, but also it won't work due to how save states break between load transitions, so that probably wouldn't do anything. And we've learned now that I don't even think debug would help in that situation, because it might still try to play the cutscene from a different boss fight going to chamber stages. So realistically, I think it just makes more sense to hope that this build does not have that same bug, because it shouldn't. This is why I don't delete some of my previous releases of these fan games, just because sometimes I've noticed that older versions work better than newer versions. And until they fix it, you could be dealing with those bugs for who knows how long, because it's a fan build. There's no ETA on updates. I mean, this version of the game I'm playing now came out, I think it was August of 24, and then 9.0 did not come out, which was the next update, until like 7 months later or something crazy. If this works, we're going to be ending this game in the way we started. On the Mac Ready version, as it was called in the file. Heck, if this doesn't work, I'll make my own makeshift boss rush, okay? I have debug menu loads. I could just jump between fights. I wouldn't want to do that, but if I had to, I could. Alright, let's do this again and hope it just doesn't break. I will be so mad. If that's the case, I might have to force the rest of this via the debug stuff, but I really don't want to. Because I'm afraid of jumping between fights and debug might also break the boss rush. So I'm trying not to do it. So this cutscene plays differently in this build. That's already a red flag for 9.0. So, oh no. That's why I have hover boots on, just in case some weird shenanigans like that. Alright, there you go. One cycled. Now here's the moment of truth. Do we get dropped back in the Chamber of Sages and we're able to play the game? Or is it going to just put me in the Chamber of Sages in a cutscene state and we have to talk to Impa and be kicked out to Hyrule Field? Or, in the case of how things actually work, the graveyard. We do not want to be kicked out of the Chamber of Sages. We want to stay. So hopefully, this actually just puts us into Chamber of Sages and gameplay only, and not a cutscene. Please don't be a cutscene. Fingers crossed. Come on. No cutscene. Drop me in with game. Yes! Alright, let's go. So it's bugged. We got our answer. 9.0 has a bug right now for boss rush. It does not work correctly with Bongo Bongo specifically. So we can finish this. We just have to play on an older build. Okay, you're up first. Quick? No, no quick shot. I think it's gonna be ice again. No, it's fire. No quick shot? Man, I'm not getting any doubles. Is it fire? Okay, good, because I was worried if that was gonna be ice, I was gonna get hit. Please get in range. Oh, why are you there? Thank you. I was worried about that witch sister. Dude, there's a double. We needed that right now. Oh, no, no, no! It wasn't even coming my way anyways. That wouldn't have mattered. Oh, that sucks. Twin Rover went the opposite direction. I hate you so much. I forget, I need to at least get up and take a stretch for a minute. It hasn't started yet. I'm just gonna get up for a quick minute. Not gonna be terribly long, because I do need to get up for just a moment for my body's sake. So, quick little intermission, and then we are for real gonna be beating this boss rush. So just stay tuned here for a quick break. Alright, we're back. That was a good idea for me to get up and stretch for a moment there, because I definitely needed that. Also, small little bathroom break for myself, because there's so much water a man can only handle. Alright, let's go ahead and just start with Baronade this time, just to play this one safe. Since Baronade is the hardest of the three child bosses, get out of the way first. I also forgot to equip Boomerang, because I'm not used to doing this first. Wow, I'm surprised that didn't actually hurt me. Because I should have. We take those. See, that's why I started with this fight first. Because it's the most scary fight for child. That's the one nice thing about this boss rush compared to the 3D's version of the same thing. You can pick any boss in any order here. It just has to be either one of the 3 child bosses or one of the 5 adult fights. You have to pick them in a very specific order. And then when you clear all these set fights, then the final portal opens up for the Ganon stuff. So that's something we don't deal with until the very end. So we get over here faster. It's gonna take forever to run. I now have a new boss order. Now knowing that Bongo doesn't crash my game. We're doing Baronade. Then I'll do Goma next, because if I miss the nut, the fight becomes harder in King Dodongo. So I want to get this one over with first. And then we go from here to King Dodongo, as mentioned. Then when we go adult, we fight Twin Rova, then Bongo, and then I can do whatever order after that. I might go for Bajin next, then Phantom and Morpha. Morpha's the easiest boss for the adult section. So if anything, I just saved Morpha for last so I can have a breather before Ganon. Now I'm doing all the quick kill strats for Ganon, so I don't have to worry too much there. I still have to be careful because one wrong move and I'm dying, as we demonstrate with this entire boss rush, and that's a very, very meaty kind of loss of time, so I would like to avoid that. I have thought of one thing I could do as a worst case scenario for this, because I don't want to be streaming for too much longer. I am getting pretty tired. So if I feel capped out and I can't go any longer, I might make a compromise to you guys. If I can't go any longer for the stream itself for the boss rush, I'll make it a video on the main channel. It'll be a challenge video. We go through the entire thing without taking damage. Now, forewarning, that video is going to be a one-shot, essentially, so I'm not going to be showing any deaths. We're just going to be doing that in one go. So, I will be making a lot of cuts, essentially. I don't want to do that. I would like to have a raw attempt in the stream, because that's the whole point of the streams. But for viewer retention's sake, I can't go through the entire thing failing multiple times, because it would just turn off a viewer base. People would click off the video almost immediately if they saw the same thing multiple times. With a live stream, it's different because people are coming here more for the environment than just the gameplay environment, if that makes sense. Like, people are coming to watch streams for the streamer, the conversation, chat. Also here for gameplay, but a lot of the gameplay usually takes a back seat compared to all the other stuff going on. So that's why, for a video's sake, that's kind of different. You gotta grasp people's attention almost immediately in a video. So for a challenge playthrough specifically, you really gotta jump into it almost immediately to show off the point. Like, I will have to admit, some of my older, like, I've done the challenge series here and there over the years. It's not a thing I've committed to, honestly. But anytime I film something for the challenge series, I've had plenty of failed attempts, and I usually cut those out, because it doesn't make for an entertaining video. Especially given how sometimes those said fail attempts, I'm saying next to nothing. So there's really no commentary to go with the video, and it just becomes a boring watch. I've had plenty of challenges in the past when I was a little more consistent with that kind of video format, that I recorded stuff, and then I scrapped. How did that not hit? I don't understand. How did that miss? Twin Rover can just be like that sometimes, or at least with the Witch Sister phase. Nice, I got a double. I just gotta hope the other sister's in range at some point. Oh, man. I hate when I get a double and I can't actually take advantage of it. Oh, the rare triple! Let's go! Okay, I can actually play with this. Because this attack will actually hit. Now you understand why I spam Z-targeting on these Witch Sisters. Because right now, it's actually a pretty clean fight. Hope you're in range. Barely. Jump attack just for safety. Wait. Oh, I thought okay. For whatever reason, I thought I was done with this phase, but one of my attacks did miss. That's why I thought I was done. Not the... Oh my... Holy crap, the shot timing luck. This was a mixed bag. Like, this was a great... sister fight, and also a bad one. Because I missed a lot of shots, but they shot me almost immediately every time. That's why this was weird. Like, it's a good and a bad fight. If I got all those hits perfectly, this would have been an amazing fight. I think I'm gonna play the safe. I'm not gonna do spam shots here to speed it up. Because if I miss, I'm dead. Thankfully, because I'm using Big Goron for this fight, the hits are a little more lenient. So I don't need to worry if I miss a shot. Thankfully, we didn't miss anything. Get out of here, you two. That's how it should be when you have the fast cutscene stuff on. Just instantly leave. Thanks. Alright, right to the next fight. You know, I'm thinking about it. Maybe the bongo section doesn't work specifically because I'm playing with an NTSC copy of Ocarina of Time now on the PC build. For years, this has been PAL exclusive for patching it. So maybe now patching it with another version of the same game is bugging it out. Who knows? I'm trying to think of why that would happen. I can't exactly figure it out. I really did not like that camera angle. That was kind of scary. Oh no, don't do that now. I don't care. I got magic. Whoop-de freaking do. Kill the boss instead. Oh, that would have screwed me over big time. Boss Rush technically works on a brand new save file. It's heavily modified, but it is technically a new file, so you never got any of the pickups. So by getting that magic drop, I gotta deal with the magic drop text for the first time. And that's really bad to get in the middle of the bongo fight, because that could have killed me. If I got that when the hands were moving around, I could have easily got crushed. So that, I guess, was the better time to get the text box, but I don't want it. No matter what, I don't want it. Okay, so now from here I go to Vavagia, and then Phantom Ganon, and then Morpha. That's the pattern. Getting nervous now because we actually got to a point we've never gotten before. Nice whiff. Nice whiff! Oh man, that would have been bad if I missed both times and Vavagia went back in the hole. That almost happened. Dude. Alright, that's good enough. Wait a second, then jump. That gets me lined up better to the head. All right, we're fine. So now I go to Phantom Ganon. It's getting really nerve-wracking here because I'm further than ever before in this fight. So far, we've killed the same amount of bosses than any of our other attempts. So far, our high score is 6. But the bosses specifically I've killed is already a new record. Because I haven't gotten to this point. There we go. I haven't gotten to this point with having both Twin Rova and Bongo Bongo defeated at the same time. That is a new record. At this point, I've beaten every single boss at least once in this boss rush. I do have to make sure I have enough arrows for the ending, but I'll have more than enough for Ganondorf. Last worst case scenario, there are pots in that fight that do have arrows. So if I really needed arrows, I can get them in the actual boss arena, but I realistically don't want to go down to the very bottom of Ganon's throne room, because it would be a real problem to get back up. And that might kill me. Got him. Alright, so now it's just Morpha. We have now made a new record. That is 7 bosses. We have not killed 7 yet. Exactly, Kira. This is like the 3D boss rush, but on the PC port instead. I'm setting it for the final fight now. Because I don't need any extra equips minus hookshot for Morpha. So it doesn't matter about the rest of it. What I have now is what I'm going to use to finish the rest of this whole thing. Me turning on double magic was extremely unnecessary, by the way. I had it on for safety, but I don't need it. Oh, I got it. And I missed it. Okay. So you can grab Morpha immediately there when there's no cutscene to start the fight. I didn't realize I got it for a second, so I couldn't capitalize. You can drag Morpha to the door. It's an extremely fast fight to do that. Dude, thank you. There we go. Okay. So now we have fully cleared out all the adult bosses. So this is it. This is the final fight. Now we're at Ganon and Ganondorf. I gotta fight Ganondorf first, then Ganon. Thankfully, there's no tower collapse in this. So now, if you were playing the 3D boss rush, you're done. Because there are no more bosses after you defeat Twin Rova. That is technically your final boss. Because you have to do that boss rush in order. But for my sake, because I got to pick an order, I got the dangerous one out of the way first. That's the 5 fights, plus the 3 as child, so that's 8 bosses down. So now it's just a matter of getting through the final fight with Ganon. Oh man, I'm nervous. It took me like an hour to get here. And a whole other game build. I'm still laughing about the cutscene issue with 9.0. The fact that I was here with Impa is not what that was not on my bingo card. Wasn't expecting boss rush to break of all things. Thankfully, there's no dialogue here. You just go straight in the fight. You even don't get the cutscene for like Navi getting held back. You just go straight into it, which is cool. So there's the quick stun. And there's the quick kill. Let's go. Okay. Now one more thing. I need Master Sword. I'm gonna use hammer for this. I'm doing the jump slash. We're not gonna do any funny business to get in here because I'm afraid a bomb slide might kill me. So I'm not taking a risk. And I already fought Ganon without taking damage earlier, so I have practice for the one-hit KO rule set. I just have to play it carefully and not rush it. Because one wrong move and I will get slashed. Oh man, but we're at the end of it. This is the final boss. If we defeat this, we're done. And if I play my cards right, it could be a sub 10. It's funny though, the Ganondorf and Ganon bosses are the only ones with a title card in the boss rush mode. All the others don't have a title card. They skip that for the cutscenes. Maybe I couldn't get it to work, at least at this time. I don't know how this works on 9.0. I couldn't get here. The game bugged out. So I stored a jump slash coming to this fight with the Master Sword. As I mentioned when we were here in the main story, Master Sword is Ganon's weakness. It does normal damage against him, which means the jump attacks are still doing 4 damage. Every other weapon's 1, even jump slashing. So, by utilizing the Master Sword immediately to start the fight, you can do a lot of damage to Ganon. So that's what I want. Jump attack the head. It counts. Roll through his dice. The tail. Roll again. Line up. Jump attack. Roll. Move. No, 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 no! Oh, you missed that attack! Oh, dude, that's so infuriating. You know what's the worst part? I targeted and immediately just locked off. So the worst part about that is I had it and then I immediately missed. That is so bad because now I gotta do all this again. I was literally 1 hit away and I'm so sad now. Yikes. Oh, man. Now I know I can do it and I'd be more upset at myself because I was literally 1 attack away from victory. So now I'm just going through because I have copium. I don't know, maybe Kira. Like I said, I don't know how the boss rush works on 9.0. If you weren't here for it earlier, after I beat Bongo Bongo, it threw me into the cutscene for beating Shadow Temple. It's not supposed to do that in boss rush. So by doing that, it actually made a dead game because I couldn't continue the boss rush anymore. Every time I went back to the blue warp in Bongo's room, it just sent me back in the same cutscene. It looped. So because of that, I had to swap back over to 806, which was the previous release. And I know for a fact this version does work for boss rush 100%. I've beaten boss rush before in this build. I have not in 9.0. So I don't know if they changed certain like cutscene skips or text skips for Ganon and Ganondorf because we can't get there. I do know, however, they changed some of the cutscene skipping with Bongo Bongo, which is why it's bugged on 9.0. Because I'm noticing some cutscenes are playing incorrectly in the boss rush just for that boss fight. And I think that's why the game is now treating it like a normal gameplay scenario. Because as we're demonstrating here, at least for this version of how the boss rush works, every boss fight you skip the cutscenes going in. The only cutscenes they play are the ones that trigger the actual fights. And their title cards are skipped. It's just the Ganon and Ganondorf ones they can't for whatever reason. Which is weird when they skip the Navi text. It must load the state of when you die to Ganon, just so you can get back in the fight faster. That must be the state they put you in for the Ganondorf phase, but there is no quick cutscene skipping for Ganon. And because of that, that's probably why that one you still have to watch a cutscene getting into the fight with Navi text. That's my assumption, otherwise it'd probably break. I was not planning for a 5-hour stream tonight. I thought I was going to be done at 4, realistically. Because I knew main game might take around 2.5 to 3 hours tops to finish, and then boss rush I thought would be an hour. Even though you die, you redo the whole thing, and it takes forever. Having some practice coming into this, because of what we did for the series, you know, fight every boss twice, I was hoping we wouldn't be here for as long, but man, One Hit KO really loves to shine through in the worst ways possible. But I did say I want to at least like try to actually fully do this, and you know, if I get too loopy here and too tired, I'm just gonna take the L and just make this an actual challenge video for the main channel. Because I literally now got to the ending. That's why I'm so sad. Because I know I can do it. I was literally one hit away. And if I didn't get a screwed up target, we would be done by now. So I know I can do it. I'm going to push through for a little bit longer. I've had worse streams. I'm not making this a Sonic Superstars thing again. I'm never doing that again, by the way. If you weren't around for the Sonic Superstar streams in 2023, the gist of it was I went crazy by the ending because it was 8 hours. 4 of those hours, I was banging my head against 2 boss fights. One of them was literally 4 hours. The other one was like 2. So most of the stream was just fighting 2 fights, and I just got so annoyed yet determined to just beat it. Because I knew that's all we had left. I'm never doing that again. This is a thing where I'm like, I've played this game enough, so it's not like I'm getting tired of playing Ocarina of Time, although I'm getting a little exhausted. But at the same time, I have breaks in between fights, and I get to do things in different order, so it's not like I'm doing the exact same thing over and over again like I was doing for the Sonic Superstars 4-hour final boss fight because it was bugged on PC. Double, please? Oh. The other set of sisters were nicer. Please fly in front of me. Thank you. No double. And... Man. I got way better sister luck last time around. It was still a terrible fight. I won't say this is a horrible fight, per se. It's just... I got really lucky with my previous attempt in this scenario. Play it safe here. Don't even do, like, the quick skipping stuff. Alright, so we're doing fire. I have noticed, like, one weird thing going between this older version of Ship to the newer version is the graphic also for Mirror Shield is different in this fight. It's a little more buggy in 9.0. So there are certain things in 9.0 I guess that just kind of broken the conversion. I might be having to make like a hotfix patch, or maybe I gotta patch the game with the PAL games again just to be safe. Maybe something to do with the newer patcher might screw things up. I don't know. That's a problem for another day kind of thing. And even then, I'm probably not playing this for a while after I'm done with this one-hit KO stuff. As much as I love Ocarina of Time, I've played it now for like 2 months. So I think I deserve a break, to say the least. I'm almost half tempted to go for the quick kill here, but if I miss, as I mentioned beforehand, the boss is impossible. So I don't want to throw a bomb down here and miss him, because this boss fight was already kind of making my game an impossible game and a different build. I think Bongo has a wish, just not in this timeline. Jeez, that was close. No magic pickup this time. Thank you. Now from here, I'll go to Vivagia again. Sticking with the same boss order I did last time, because that last attempt had a really good boss order. So if I do that order again of Twinrova, Bongo, Vivagia, Phantom, and Morpha, that should space out the hard stuff in a way where I just get it over with faster. and to give me a little bit of breathing room going into the final 2 fights. I love the idea of this boss rush allowing you to pick a boss in any order. I would have loved that in 3D. That would have actually made a better like replay experience, because then you can fight bosses in any order instead of just the linear order of, what was it? Goma, King Dodongo, Baronade, Phantom Ganon, Vavagia, Morpha, Bongo Bongo, and Twin Rova. That was the order, if I remember correctly. The boss rush assumed you did Shadow and then Spirit. There we go. Now we become a sniper for a minute. Dude. My aim sucks. I think that's still enough hits that the next jump slash should kill. I just don't know how I missed like half of those. So much so I breathed in the mic. I just heard that. Apologies. I even have it like at an angle so I don't do that, and I still breathe in this thing half the time. So I never mentioned it up to this point because you can't really see it on the camera, but if I lift this for a second, a little hard to see, but I'm using a right angle connector now. I can't tell you how many times after I put this mic straight up like this, I was constantly hitting the mic cord on my chest. There would probably be a lot of streams, or maybe even some recordings, you might just hear like that sound, and that was the mic whacking my chest. Right angle connector was the way to go. It really was. Also helps I can bring it closer now and it still doesn't hit me. I like it. Whoa, I saw that for like a minute. Phantom Ganon spawned next to my foot and then immediately left. Really trying to focus at this point because I am actually getting pretty tired. That's what happens when you fight the same bosses multiple times in a row. You've been streaming for 5 hours. There. At least I don't have to worry about Phantom anymore because I was afraid that that stray ball attack was going to hit me. That's why I didn't even bother to try to maybe block it. I just ran. I feel like if I tried to block that, I would have died. Yeah, you're probably even hearing it in my voice. I'm hearing it more myself the more I talk. I'm exhausted because this boss rush has taken a long time. Oh, we're so close. That's why I want to give it at least, with this one good, honest attempt. If I keep on grinding this now, I get it, definitely. It's just, I'm getting so exhausted of grinding it. Hence why I might make it a video if I can't do it. But again, we're so close. I think we can. If I do get it, I might make a eventual challenge video. Maybe it's just like a one-off thing, just to have on the main channel. But I don't know, I'll do it immediately after. I don't know. Again, I'm kind of Ocarina out. I'm playing this game for a little longer than I normally do. What happens when you stream a game for multiple months? There you go. I was worried that one slash I did in the beginning missed, and then Morpha would have ran. That almost happened. Alright, we're done with the adult bosses once again, so now we're going right into the final set. Ganondorf and Ganon. I gotta be really careful now with the final fight as we demonstrated with my lock-on. So if I feel like I missed the jump slash, immediately try to run. Otherwise, I'm going to get hit. Gotta keep that in mind. That or throw a Deku Nut, one of the two, because Deku Nuts hurt Ganon. It only does 1 damage, but that at least makes it so I don't have to worry about him hitting me. Because if I hit him first, Ganon doesn't swing his swords. It'll interrupt his hitbox, or not hitbox, animation for hitting. See, again, tired. I'm very exhausted. I mentioned this at the end of the Mario Luigi stream I did on Tuesday, but this is why I might implement a newer stream schedule here very soon, maybe even next week even. I'm still working out some details, but the long, short of it, that's how tired I am. I can't even explain this well. The short end of the story is that I've been streaming a lot longer for these days than I probably should, and so I'm hearing it more and more as we talk. So I might want to like change up my schedule that allows me to stream less hours in a stream itself, but maybe still allows us to stream as much as we do. More details to come soon, but as of right now, my idea is I might be adjusting things so I can stream for longer, but at the same time, for less time, if that makes any sense. AKA, it might be 3 days instead of 2, but they'd be shorter streams. It would also allow us to do more, because Mario and Luigi's gonna take like all year. 100% will. And there's other stuff I want to stream. I am shocked though. I've been making this water last for 5.5 hours. This is a big liter. It's like 34 ounces, like big jug. But it normally only lasts me like 3 hours tops in a lot of these streams. The fact that I made it last for 5 is impressive. Alright, here we go. Round 2. Let's do this. This time I'm prepared for jank. I like to have the camera here behind Ganon so I can see what I'm doing. Thank you. First set of hits are always 3 when you do Master Sword jump slashes, and then the next set is always 4. I have to grab the sword to start the next set. No, you don't. He did it again. He did it again. He didn't lock on. Maybe I gotta stop doing the jumps because his lock on specifically is not working. And that is what's constantly killing me. So I'm gonna make a deal with you guys. I am exhausted. I can barely focus. So I have one more attempt at me. So I think what I'm going to do is just because of that alone, we're gonna give this one more honest try. I can get back to Ganon. I'm pretty confident with it at this point. So I'm gonna work my way to that attempt again. If I die to Ganon one more time, we're done. Because I cannot focus anymore. I'm losing it, man. I am literally losing it. I've been here for too long. So I have to put a cap. And that's my absolute limit. One more Ganon attempt. Because after that, I am completely out. Okay, that's a new one. So I'm not gonna count that as my one final attempt for very obvious reasons. We just started and I just got completely wrecked because of random hitbox. Yeah, exactly, Kira. This is why Link dies for the Link is defeated timeline. He just got exhausted. I still love my headcanon for the Zelda CDI games, because they're not in the Zelda timeline. So I made up my own headcanon for it, thanks to the speedrun route of beating Ganon as Child Link. It screws up the timeline so bad, because he never expected, like, a 11-year-old child to randomly show up in front of him one day, let alone kill him. So it screws things up so bad, we get the CDI Zelda games. That's always kind of in my head canon. Just because how else do you put those? Okay, seriously, dude, can you stop doing that? What's with this hitbox? My headcanon is just because of Link traveling forward in time without actually aging 7 years. That creates a 4th timeline. And that 4th timeline slots in like 3 other Zelda games. Because Nintendo does not want to acknowledge the CDI stuff. They never will. So slot it in yourself. I will mention to you guys in chat, I do have a compromise for having to tap out once we get to Ganon and I don't succeed. We will beat Ganon in this boss rush mode. We're just not going to be doing the full thing. That's my compromise. Because again, I'm getting exhausted. I can barely focus. That's why I'm making a lot of rookie mistakes. So what I can do is, instead of going through the entire trial, I can just load into the Ganon fights in the boss rush mode. So what I could just do is just do that. Because I can easily beat Ganondorf and Ganon in one go at this stage. It's just a matter of constantly trying until I win, but the fact that I gotta redo every single fight every time to get there is what's wearing me down. Because, realistically, you get nothing for beating Boss Rush. It's an extra option in Ship. So it's a completely different save file, and the game doesn't save at all. There's no save prompts. Like, when you hit B to save, it just completely closes the menu. Not to mention that if you game over, it just says continue, no, no. It doesn't give you the same prompt there, or to continue. So you're doing this really just for your own sake. It's for bragging rights. There's no actual file to show you do it in the end. Hence why it doesn't matter if I can just select the Ganon and Ganondorf fight in the menu, I'll just select that. Because I also wanted to show hyper bosses for like one attempt, but I'm not doing all bosses for that, it's terrible. I like the option, I just think it's a little too much. If you're doing the hyper rush, I recommend doing it with full hearts and not one hit KO status, because the bosses are a little too fast in my opinion. So they're really difficult. You want a real challenge, do the hyper mode, because bosses are sped up I think like 3 times. So going here, instead of lunging at you at a slow speed, she's like really fast, almost too fast to react. It's like an actual claw swipe from a cat. That's how fast she can move. That's why I'm not gonna like push myself to actually do an actual boss of hyper. I'm just gonna load in just to show it. So I'll die immediately. I die immediately. I don't care. Again, this is my final like full attempt, and if I fail at Ganon, we're just gonna jump straight to the Ganon fight, and I can just load in the boss fight just to show hyper mode really quick when I'm doing my outro. It's gonna be a very long stream week for me too, because I mentioned it on the end of Tuesday's stream. But for people who didn't see that, especially because I have people who watch exclusively with the YouTube ones, I don't blame you, because YouTube player is better than Twitch's player half the time in my experience, even for streaming. But for people who are in the know, we even talked about it very briefly tonight in the chat, but there is a Splatfest in Splatoon 3 this weekend. It is a new Springfest theme, so I'll be streaming that this weekend. Probably won't be a very long stream like this one, not a 6-hour Splatfest thing. We'll go for as long as I feel like. It might be like 3 hours, tops maybe 4, but it won't be terribly long because I'm exhausted from this week of streaming, and I got one more day of it. I've only been doing the new events for Splatoon, so thankfully it's only like 1 every 3 months, and we only got 1 more left after this probably. Because I doubt after the summer event one, they're gonna do a new theme for like another seasonal event. I feel like they're gonna start doing repeats for the season events too. Especially with the Switch 2 coming out in summer. They might just, at that point, opt to just stop with just Splatoon events in general, because they've kind of like done them all. Which I wouldn't blame Nintendo at that point. I was surprised they decided to do new themes just for the seasonal Splatfest, like 1 every 3 months. I'm just Like, I thought they were gonna do repeats. Because they're doing repeats on everything else. Think they make a Splatoon 4 Switch 2? Well, we already know there is one in development. It was leaked out. Not like fully, but we have the code name, so we know it's actively being worked on. So yeah, probably. I don't think anytime soon. If anything, I wouldn't expect to see news about Splatoon 4 until 2025 at the earliest. I don't know if it's gonna work. I'm gonna try it. Okay, it did. Cool. But yeah, I wouldn't expect a Splatoon 4 until at least next year, but I'm very certain we're getting Splatoon 4. Splatoon is one of the most profitable games Nintendo's been putting out over the years. It's a very popular game, both competitively and casually. It became one of the sleeper hits on the Wii U, hence why we got 2 games on Switch. So it'd be a no-brainer for Nintendo to make another one. It's just a matter of when, not if. Because I really do like how... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How did that not work? I really do like how, like, this random game that came out on the Wii U that no one was really even certain was gonna be good became one of the most popular games Nintendo's been putting out now in recent history. And it's not even 10 years yet. It's close to 10 years old, but it won't be 10 years until actually next month, because Splatoon 1 came out in May of 2015. I can't believe it's already been 10 years. I might play Splatoon 1 for its anniversary. I don't know when it actually happens. Like, the date. I have to look it up. But I might play it around that time, just for a bit, just to kind of celebrate. That's a pretty big milestone for that franchise. And I love the games. Even if I am still a little Splatooned out, I can always play Splatoon 1 for a bit. I haven't played it in months. Almost missed with that attack, because I didn't mean to jump that early, but it's okay. Because thankfully when you're standing where Twin Rover would land, you can still hit her with the elemental attack from your shield. I'm glad that still works. Now if we're talking about like will they ever make this kind of game for Switch 2, I wonder now specifically if they're going to make a new F-Zero. And it's because of F-Zero 99. That seems to be a very popular game on the Switch eStop still, so I would not be surprised if they do maybe a new F-Zero game because of it now. I would love to see it. We haven't seen a brand new entry when you don't count F-Zero 99 in 20 years. So we haven't had a full retail game in a very long time. And they're bringing F-Zero GX to the Switch Online service with Switch 2. So that's another F-Zero game they're bringing back from the dead. Because we got the original one on Super Nintendo. I think we have X on N64 service, and I do believe some of the GBA ones. I can't remember if all of them are on there or not for Switch 1. Oh boy. Okay, that was a little too scary. But we're fine. Gotta lock in. Okay, now I can unlock. That was a little scary. Okay, yeah, all the GBA games. I couldn't remember if they had like all but one or all of them. But yeah. We have all the F-Zero games when you think about it at this point on Switch Online now. I guess technically the only one we don't have is F-Zero AX because it's the arcade game, but we don't count an arcade game because most people probably won't. You have the whole franchise now being playable in some form on Switch Online. And very soon that'll be 100% accurate with F-Zero GX and Switch 2. Which is cool. Oh yeah, and also X Expansion. I almost forgot about that. Because if I remember, because I played around with some of the X Expansion like years ago on emulator, I believe there's no real difference in the main game itself. It's just Course Creator that's actually different. So that's probably why I haven't bothered to put it on Switch Online, because there's not much really different between that and Standard X. Also, they'll never reference 64 DD, that's probably also why, even though it'd be nice. Also, thanks for those dates, Kira. May 28th in Japan, May 29th for NA Europe, May 30th for Australia. So those are all the timelines to line up for the Splatoon 1 release. Alright, so probably by the end of May, I'll probably just do a little bit of like a 10-year anniversary, like one-off thing. Just probably play it online for 2 or 3 hours. Oh, there was one extra cup. Okay, I didn't know about the extra cup. I've only messed around with Course Creator, that's why I didn't really know that. Are you serious? You're already going back in the hole? That was fast. I might have to do the rock phase then. This will do 8 damage when I jump attack, but is it going to be enough? Okay, that was you trying to go to a different hole. That took a while. You just happened to pick the same hole. I'm shocked that didn't put me in another phase for flying. Thought it would. Ah! So close, man. I got 2 more bosses and then I'm back to the Ganon stuff. Maybe I play it safe and just nut. For the actual Ganon fight. Don't fight him normally. Just throw Deku Nuts at his tail. I don't know, man. That's 10 Deku Nuts. I have more than enough, but it does feel like it would take forever and might actually put me in danger more than anything else. So I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Do I do these or do we do that? There's many different strategies that are popping up in my head. It's weird to go back to this version now and have a 30 FPS menu because it's fully 60 now in 9.0. I'm just now actually used to the 60 frame menu. This one looks laggy. I don't know if I keep on saying that, but this game's been running in 165 frames for this entire series. That's just mainly because that's what my monitor does. I had it set to match monitor refresh because it doesn't matter. I think years ago, having a higher refresh rate with game capturing inside of OBS actually caused some dropped frames with the game itself. But I think that's been ironed out in newer versions of Windows and OBS, so it's not a problem anymore. I've done game capturing with higher frame rates and like an even amount, and it's been fine. Like in the past, I've capped things to 120 because that's a divisible of 60, so it doesn't look choppy. But now it seems to be fine. I almost got the super fast 1 cycle. There we go. Yeah, I can also do that. I didn't even think of that too, Kira. I can stun Ganon with the light arrow. That might actually be a good idea. And I have the extra magic because I turned on double magic. Again, that was just for safety. It doesn't matter if it's slower per se, just because if I hit him with the Master Sword jump attack, it still does a lot of damage. So even though it might be quote-unquote slower, I can still get the most damage out. I just maybe waste, what, 3-4 seconds tops in the fight? It's really not that much. It's very minuscule. I might just actually do that now thinking about it. Since we've been in the fight for too long, I think it'd just be better to play it safe. And if I stun Ganon, there's really no chance of him hitting me. I keep on forgetting that works, because I never use light arrows against him. It's because I normally don't die in 1 hit. So that's kind of why. You almost pushed me on spikes. That would have been really bad. Because I can die the same time Morpha dies, which means the cutscene would still play of Morpha dying, but as soon as it's over, I die and game over. I don't want that. I've died to Goma before at the same time of dying, but that's actually a speedrun trick. If you die at the same time when Goma dies, you can save and then quit the game and then reload the file so you can actually get back to the boss room with the door opened. So it's something I've done on purpose. Nowadays, I know if you're doing like the defeat Ganon route, which just has you doing the wrong warp to get the Ganon, if you use the older version of the wrong warp in the Deku Tree specifically, I know if you do that, nowadays you just don't die to Goma, you clip through the door that she shuts starting the fight instead, which is very difficult from what I understand. Because you still have to attack the boss through the wall, and by doing that, it's really tricky. Alright, so no matter if this run succeeds or fails, this is the final attempt fighting all the bosses to get here. I'm not doing that again. I have to put a hard cap, and this is it. Because I've done really good up to this point. But I've also hit my own internal limit. I'm just shocked I keep on getting the quick kill there because I'm so exhausted. I didn't think I would. There we go. Okay. So as long as I at least get the jump slash out, I'm fine. I just have to make sure I do that. If I didn't, I honestly would just back up it. Since I have equip swap here, I would just equip the Deku Stick. That would have gave me the same damage value. And also, thinking about it here, if I didn't have double magic on and maxed equipment, I could still stun Ganon on every hit. I just have to bait him over to one of the pillars that drop arrows and magic if I need more refills. Because all these different pillars have different drops. I think one's a bunch of fairies, one's arrows, one's magic, and one's bombs. I don't know if there's any more than that. There might be one for Decronauts, I'm not 100% sure. I just at least know of the core 4 I just mentioned. Nice, come on. This is actually very safe, surprisingly. I might just do that instead. Stunning him with light arrow might also cause a new problem. That's what I'm worried. Do I do that and then have a new variable to work with? Or do the old strat I already know and can anticipate? Just don't jump slash instead. Do the one jump slash to start the fight and that's it. Yeah, I don't know why there's bomb drops here. That's a great question. Maybe it's just in case they, like, you want another thing to damage Ganon with? I don't know. But I do remember one of these having bomb drops. I should have done that at the start. Jump slashing was screwing me over because if you don't hit Ganon immediately there, he still waits a bit. But if you try to do the jump slash, he's like turning around almost immediately. So I kept on screwing myself up by doing that. That was me. That was my bad. Alright, we did it. Pat on the back. I can't die anymore. The only way I can die is pulling out a bomb, which would be dumb. Don't do it, idiot. I'm half tempted, but I don't want to. GG's. So that's all the bosses in 9 minutes, 25 seconds, and 2 milliseconds. That is it. Yep, exactly. Sub 10. It only took 2 hours. Actually, it's close to the 3. When did I start? Hang on. I can tell you for sure, because I have the VOD right now playing. Thank you, YouTube livestream. I could just go back a couple ticks. Alright, here it is. I started around here. Okay, I see it now. It's been 2.5 hours exactly. Because when I wind back through, it's 2:26. Actually, it's more around like maybe 2 hours and 20-ish minutes because I did take that break in between one of these attempts just so I can get up and stretch for a minute. So I will say, the rest of this is going to play credits, so we're going to just skip the rest of this. I'm going to show Hyper Mode off real fast, and I mean that literally because the mode is actually really fast. But instead of doing all bosses, I'll just show it with one, Ganondorf and Ganon. Do I have Bottle here at all? It does not give you Bottle. Okay, so I think just for the sake of making this easy, I'm giving myself the Bottle. The rest of it doesn't matter. Also, probably just do that just to be fast on the first hit. Everything else does not really... Yeah, none of this matters. So I'm just skipping straight to the Ganon fight. And we have Hyper Bosses on, which is going to be insane. And this is the last thing we're doing. If I win this, I'll be shocked. If I don't, oh well. That's how I'm looking at it. Because we've already cleared the boss rush, and that's the final thing I had on my to-do list. I just want to show how crazy hyper bosses are in this, because if you think the boss rush was hard enough with my rule set of one-hit KO, you have not seen hyper bosses. If you've seen the Ultimate Trials boss rush mode, it's similar to that, but I think this is even faster. See, he went instant on that pound. Look at how fast Ganon's moving. He's going around like a guy on a hyper crisis. How many energy drinks did you have, sir? It's instant. Like, I can't even climb the ledge. It's that bad. So that's why I said you have not experienced a true boss rush without this going on. It's so bad. I don't even think it's possible to hit him there with the bottle. I think he's just too fast. I'm gonna try here one more time. I'm actually curious on that. But yeah, you want a true boss challenge here? Turn on hyper mode. Don't do it one-hit KO. But holy crap. It's way too fast. I think he's too fast to cheese. I might not even be able to do anything else. Like, if I get Infinite Sword glitch, that's probably the only way I can do the rallies. And even then, I don't even know how I can do that. I'm gonna try this one more time really fast. Yeah, he's way too fast. You can't get the bottle out in time. So I think I might have to try ISG instead. That might be my only hope. Because there's no way I sword rally that. Maybe with quick spins. And even then, is that gonna be enough? I don't know. Because there's no way. You pull out the bottle, you're dead. I'm gonna just be 100% transparent there. It's not possible. You're not using the bottle in this fight. Maybe quick spins, because I'll give you a couple hits. He's too fast to do things normally. That's the problem here. I think also it's gonna count multiple times when I die here. I'm gonna make a save state as soon as the fight starts. That shouldn't screw anything up. So I'm gonna make a save state immediately. Not here though, not on the pause screen. Okay, just let him do his attack. Run away from it. And I'm gonna save state here. That load? Yes, okay, good. Dude, he's so fast. I couldn't even hit him, that's so unfair. He moves literally too fast for me to catch up to him. It's so fast. And he doesn't even stay stunned for that long. Like, I can't. No! That counts as a death too, because he falls too far. Dude, this is so insanely fast. You can't do the quick kill. It's impossible to get the stab timing out. He's way too fast. But I can at least try my best. There, okay, that kind of helped. I'm making another save state here because there's no way, man. There's no physical way. And I'm doing the bomb slide into this, I don't care. There, so at least shows you all the different ways you enter this boss fight. So normally, which you're supposed to do, and to lose the Master Sword, sliding into it with your shield, and by keeping this out, you keep the Master Sword, it's a spoiler. And then just standing there stupid, because you disable all your animations after Din's Fire going into the cutscene. I showed all 3 ways to get in here. Neat. I love the Din's Fire one the most because he just does not care. Yeah, that is the case that here, I think maybe even one of those spins might have actually deflected the ball 3 times in a row. It's insane of how fast Ganon is. All these boss fights are a little too fast in hyper mode for my liking. Like, double speed would have been fine, but hyper's way too much. It's like 3, maybe 4 times speed value. They're way too quick. I might die here. Oh boy. I'm surprised the leg straps are still working. That should not be working. That legit should not have worked. I think he might get up too fast. So I might not be able to hit him for a free hit. I might have to just deal with it. And go for the tail again. have to just save. I probably, oh boy, so fast. I probably could hit him in the head. Dude, look at how fast he turned. Holy crap. I'm surprised I got the iframe roll. Oh my god, what is happening? So that is why we're doing things like this. I'll count that death here in a second. This is just a showcase. I am not doing the whole boss roach with one hit KO and hyper bosses. I think you see why. It's impossible with my rule set. I could probably do it, but it might take me the rest of my life. So I'm good. Thank you. No, I don't want to talk to you. I'm shocked you have enough time to hit that head. I really don't understand how that works. Oh, I think I got the iframe roll again. Holy crap, this fight is so fast. I just hit the death count button, man. I can't do it. I can't have 2 seconds without another death, huh? This guy is so hyper. Holy crap. Now you see, I've done this for all of like 5 seconds. I turned on hyper bosses once, fought Goma, and said, nope, not doing this, because it was way too fast. Oh, nice shield block. I'm surprised that worked. Holy crap. I really want to hit him. Thank you, shield. Nope. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I just got that death, man. Come on. And I feel like I don't know if this is a placebo because of the hyper mode shenanigans or not, but it feels like it's easier to hit him 3 times than 4 times. Because it feels like he's giving me a little bit of a longer window to hit him on the first 3 hits instead of the last 4. It might actually be the case, I don't know, but holy crap, man. It's giving me like no time to react. Okay, that's fine. Wow, the stun barely works. He's only down for like 2 seconds tops. It actually might be better not to stun him. Holy crap. It's so dumb. I hope you can react in 1 second, forehead. Otherwise, you're dead. Like that. Do I just infinite sword glitch to finish this? Because this is getting ridiculous. The only reason why I'm thinking maybe no is because I feel like my shield is more valuable right now than a glitch. Because I am constantly getting screwed here. Yeah, that's probably what it is, Kira. If phase 2 is faster, that's probably why he's giving me a higher window of opportunity in phase 1 to actually hit him in hyper. Because normally I don't have this problem. I didn't know he's faster for phase 2 because I never noticed that before. But who plays like this? That's the point. Okay, I was just taking the hit. Not that time. Dude, I'm going so fast, I can barely keep up with the death count timing. I keep on moving my stream deck further and further away, because I got hit so fast to get back into the game before dying a second time in a row. See, there's the bomb drop. I wasn't wrong. There it was. I always feel like I should have had the bunny hood for this. Just because if he's fast, I might as well be fast too. It would do literally nothing for me. I just feel like it'd be even the playing field. I think just for the sake of it, I'm gonna make a save state here. So that's my checkpoint. Watch, I don't need it now, and I get it first try. Okay, that's expected. I was saying that just to wish it into reality. So fast. You cannot anticipate any of his moves. Dude, I can't. I just can't. Holy crap. Okay, iframe roll again. That's good. It's so fast. It's so fast. Can you slow down for like maybe like 1 minute, please? Go back to your normal self for like 1 minute. Please. I would appreciate it. Dude, this is so fast up the turnaround. Oh. He is spinning so round. I swear, he's on a spinner. That didn't come until Twilight Princess, buddy. Okay, I think I have a better strategy to make this a little more consistent with speed. I say as I die. If I shield his attack and then roll, I would do this a little bit... Okay, really. I could do this a little bit more optimally. But then it's also not working, so I'm not 100% sold on that now. I thought he was going to give me a free hit for a second there. He almost did. Actually, I might just wait for him to turn around and then roll again under his legs. Yeah, that made more sense, because letting him get to me instead of going under him and then under him again, that's one less roll I have to do, and that roll kept on getting killed. Holy crap. Yeah, 100%. This is how you use Nayru's Love, but the worst part is, no matter what rules that you play for the boss rush, there is no Nayru's Love. They completely disable it. It's not even here. They know better. God, man, that was not 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Realistically, how long was that really? I'm looking at the VOD. Okay, it was right here we started. About 14 minutes. Yeah, that's about right for a guy that's on a sugar rush. Holy crap. Wow. Well, that's one way to end our one-hit KO. So now our final death total is 479. This was our longest session to date. It was also our final session, so there's why. But in terms of how many times we died, I'm curious. We started with 327. So this is the highest amount of deaths, period, from any session. I can tell you that. So 479 minus 327. That's 152 deaths. Last session was like 90 something. Let me look at my end of stream tweet from last time, sidetracked it. 94 deaths. Last session was 94, so this was 58 more deaths than last time. Wow. But mind you, a lot of that was boss rush, which is not surprising. And also, a lot of that might have been me just trying to get into Ganon's castle without using the bridge when we did our master mode stuff, just to showcase it. It was a stupid thing to do, but it was worth doing just to show people how you can get to Ganon's castle without the bridge. So it was worth doing, even though it bloated our numbers by a crap ton. But yeah, that's it for the actual challenge run. As I mentioned after doing this attempt the first time, now the credits just play. Your file does not save at all in the boss rush, no matter what settings you use. So this will just play the credits and you're done. Same way as last time. I'm probably not gonna let the whole credits play just because there's no point. In fact, I think I even have the option on for this version that lets us just skip through things still. Also, they call the file Lonk, by the way. Nice file name. You don't get to pick that, it just picks it for you. I don't know if this is actually a thing now, if I can turn this off. Is it in time save? By the time I find this, the credits are just going to be playing out normally, so I don't think it matters. I wish I had the search option. Not on this build. I'll just go let it go. I can't find it. But again, that's just because it's an older version with no search, so I'll just let it go. So hopefully everyone enjoyed this little series. It was very, very daunting. Oh, there's our neck breaking again. It was a very daunting idea. I had this actually in my head for a while because I did a full playthrough of the PC port of Ship last year. And that's when I found all the different modifiers. Because I tried this in 2022, but I don't think at that time it had any of the modifiers we use for this series. So no skipping cutscenes, no damage output increases. Heck, some of the glitches that were restored in the game weren't even in the Ship version at the time yet. Like, I don't know if the quick bongo kill was there yet or not. It might have been added later. I can't remember. I didn't play through the whole game in 22. I played it in 24. So that's what told me that specific playthrough, I would do this series because this was the best way to showcase a very hard run through. Otherwise, I'd be playing a randomizer with these same rules, and that wouldn't work in the same way. So I'm glad this worked. Highly recommend if you're going to just play the original Ocarina of Time, not the 3D version specifically. If you want a very feature-rich version, you just play Ship of Arcanian, the unofficial PC port of the game. It has so many features, but do keep in mind it's still under active development. As we saw with the boss rush not working correctly in 9.0, I had to roll it back to a previous release. So it may not always work. There might be some weird quirks here and there. Maybe even some game crashes. Depends on the build you're playing, or even the settings. But that is going to conclude our Ocarina of Time one-hit KO challenge with an actual death total of 479. And I said, at some point, I think we were in Ganon's castle. With how the series was going, I anticipated more and more deaths over time. So my goal was to finish this under 500. And that I didn't actually say at the time when we beat the game. That was it, right? Like, no, we still have more. The goal was including boss rush. And I knew that would definitely tick up the number too. So we did it. It was the longest stream yet at like 6 hours. But it was worth it in my opinion because we got everything done. We got all the boss rush shown off as well. And I met my 100% definition. Literally the only thing we didn't do was fishing in terms of getting the Hylian Loach. And the fact we saw it was just an extra bonus in my opinion for the series. I never expected to see the Loach. It just showed up. Fun fact about that thing, there's multiple versions of the Hylian Loach you can get. And what I mean by multiple versions is just like any other fish, they have different weight values. And I think they give you different rewards for weight. I can't exactly remember there. It might just be a flat 50, but I've never caught the Hylian Loach, so take what I say with a grain of salt. I don't 100% know how the Loach works because I never bother. There's really no point. I will also say, boss rush specifically, you can tell it messes up the game's state a little bit with the credits. Because there are just certain things in the credits that aren't loading correctly. Like I noticed there were no abundance of pots in Goron City. They're gone. And the Deku Tree Sprout is not there in Kokiri Forest because you don't do that part of the story. But opponents still get stuck at the right edge side of the screen because of the widescreen situation. That's still the thing. But yeah, no, everything else for the most part plays normally. And since I'm using the older build of Ship, this does have the setting on, if I'm not mistaken, that actually plays the credits correctly, so I'll just let them finish out at this point when I do the outro stuff. I need to get a link anyways for the video that went live earlier today. I guess at this point from my time zone yesterday, because it's now 1 in the morning. After this, I'm just heading straight to bed. I want to at least plug this. Actually, don't link it there yet, because I know this is going to break in the chat. Let me copy and paste it in a different window first. There we go. I want to plug the Maverick Hunter X video that went live today, since it was a series that just started up on Tuesday, us running through the hard mode stuff. I streamed that back on YouTube a couple weeks ago, so now we're starting to post as individual videos for the actual Let's Play series. So I wanted to highlight that since it just started up this week, and spoilers, X is going to be done by next week. Then we jump into Vile. So that's something I got to work on. I haven't actually started Vile stuff yet, but that's in the cards here for the weekend at least to probably get those videos knocked out. So yeah, that's going to be going on for pretty much the whole month of April. That'll tide me over at least until the summertime, and then we can start actual impressive series around May or June. Probably leaning more towards May, so they'll work on some other stuff we haven't seen that. In terms of what's next year for the main streaming stuff, I mentioned earlier that there's a Splatfest between 2 and 3 this weekend, so I'm going to be streaming that for a little bit, probably on Saturday. Probably start around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what time yet. I'll figure it out. Likely it's close to 7, I don't know. So we'll just be streaming that a little bit. This will be one more stream this week. It's going to be super back. Probably going to have some co-tones on that just to kind of chill. Oh, is Mike broke? Oh, is it coming out of your thing? Let's listen to the stream now. Oh, yeah, look at that. There, that should fix it. Let me listen back too. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't know what happened there. So, fun fact, Focusrite makes terrible Windows drivers. That's not the first time that's happened. So, the thing you're talking about there on chat here, so thanks for that heads up. I don't know how long that was actually going for. Hopefully it was just for like a minute tops. Sometimes the driver for the Focusrite interfaces just work out of nowhere on Windows. There's no tell for it. So sometimes it just causes your inputs to just distort. I don't know why. It's really dumb. Maybe my next audio interface I get is from a different company that's a little more designed for Windows, because I know a lot of XLR interfaces are bad on Windows. Windows is terrible with XLR stuff. Also, nice tunic. I don't know. Is that... No, it's a darker blue. I thought that was the glitch tunic you saw on 100% SRM runs for a bit. I think it's like a lighter blue than that. But it's still a nice looking blue, regardless. Okay, it was only a minute. I'll repeat the stuff I was saying around that time. So, I don't think it broke during the Maverick Hunter X stuff. I'll just repeat that really quick. Maverick Hunter X, that went live this week with the hard mode playthrough. That is going to happen until, at least for X's side, next week. Then we start the next character, Vile, which is showing off the levels in the hard mode. So that'll be going on for the whole month of April. Then a new series, hopefully soon after that. In terms of streams, we'll be back on Saturday, as there will be a Splatfest for Splatoon. We'll be streaming that probably for a little bit. Be a very lax stream, hanging out with friends. And then, in terms of what's actually next for this main slot on Thursdays, well, you have to come back and see next week. That's all I'll say there, because it's spoilers. I don't have it actually figured out yet. I have some ideas, but at the same time, I'm still working out some details on it. So I don't want to rush things. Might even just do something a little more chill. Maybe just like play a randomizer or something. Now, I will mention, I want to do a randomizer for this specific version of Ocarina of Time, but I will put that on the back burner for the moment. As we've played this now for 2 months, I'm going to hold off specifically because we played too much of this. So I think people will want to see some variety now that we finished this series. We're playing something else. I do want to do a randomizer in the ship version of Ocarina. So it might be something we do later this year, beginning of next year or something. Not right away, but that is something I do plan on doing, just for a little bit of some heads up there. But that is going to do it for tonight. So thanks to everyone who stuck around for the whole stream. It was a lot longer than I expected, but we got everything cleared in the game. And again, 4 hours, God. 479 deaths. So, honestly, I'm okay with that. I just want to see one more thing while I'm in here. No, this does not work here either. Okay. And there's no, like, cheat combo. I do like how I'm seeing my equips from the actual boss fight in the very end. That's at least consistent. But yeah, you can't control this in this version. It just seems to be a little more bugged out. Oh. Oh. I was hoping. I was really hoping. Oh, that's what they're doing. This is counting over the Zora Tunic slot, but this is not Zora Tunic. Zora Tunic is a whole different color. Right. Turn that on. I go into gameplay, or was it cheats? No, it was cheats. Timeless equipment. I think that lets me now equip the tunics. Yes, okay. I want to see if that's actually the case. That is Zora Tunic. Why did they equip Zora Tunic as child? I thought this was a glitch tunic for a second, because you're wearing Goron Tunic in the fight for Ganon, because of how they set up in Boss Rush, but at the same time, you can turn that off. You can swap to a different tunic. So you go back to Kokiri. But why does this file have Zora Tunic as child's beyond me? Alright, that's your last little mystery before the series is actually over, because I was confused. That was worth looking at. But yeah, that's gonna do it. 479 deaths total. I at least got under my 500 mark. I want to do this again with a different Zelda game in the future, but I don't know which one will be possible. This is the only game that I can do a one-hit KO modifier without playing a randomizer, so if they add this into the Majora's Mask PC port, I'll probably do that with Majora's Mask as well. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see it. It's just that's in active development and may not be anytime soon. For now, though, that's gonna conclude our Ocarina one-hit KO challenge. One more death for good measure. There you go. Final count's actually 480. I lied. It was worth it, because now the game should actually kick me out. Perfect. And that's the perfect way to actually end it. And just to show, no file from the boss rush. Told you that file doesn't exist. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you back on both Twitch and YouTube here this weekend for a Splatfest and Splatoon 3. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.